Chapter 312. Yang Fan's 3-day wedding was over and he returned to the palace. As soon as he arrived, Deputy General Fei Qingxian reported to him that Wang Qingji had been beaten to death on Li Zhaoda's orders. Seeing his nervous expression, Yang Fan comforted him with a smile. "I have already heard of this matter. Even if this official was present, under Minister Li's strict orders, I could only bow my head and obey. What crime did General commit? You don't need to take this matter to heart." Fei Qingxian thought to himself, "Why is General Yang so easy to talk to? That's right, that Wang Qingji was pleading on King Wei's behalf. I was on duty in the palace on the day of General Wei's wedding, and could not leave, so I asked Huang Xuchang to deliver the gift. When old Huang returned, he said that even King Liang was present. In that case, General Yang is on King Liang's side of the Wu clan and has nothing to do with King Wei." Having figured this out, Fei Qingxian was completely relieved and happily handed over his duties to Yang Fan. Yang Fan took the day's proceedings and glanced at it. The first item was written, "Lu Shurda has returned to the capital. Dispatch a guard of honor to accompany Minister Li to the Tenli Pavilion to welcome him." Lu Shurda had returned to the capital. Lu Shurda's great victory was not only the first great victory of the Celestial Empire, but more importantly, it had paved the way for Wu Zetian to recover the 4 garrisons of Anxi. The voices of opposition to sending troops had greatly weakened. In her delight, Wu Zetian had specially sent Li Zhaoda to represent her in welcoming Lu Shurda. Li Zhaoda was the current prime minister, ranked 4th among the prime ministers. Lu Shurda's current official position was far inferior to Li Zhaoda's. For Wu Zetian to send Li Zhaoda to represent her in welcoming Lu Shurda showed how much importance she attached to Lu Shurda, as well as the glory of Lu Shurda's return to the capital. After arranging the security matters in the palace, Yang Fan personally led the guard of honor out of the city with Li Zhaoda. When he saw Lu Shurda, he couldn't help but smile when he saw that this Imperial Guard General was actually Yang Fan. Because the two of them were still far apart in terms of rank, and Li Zhaoda was the one who had received him, Lu Shurda didn't say much to Yang Fan. He only nodded at him with a smile and saluted Li Zhaoda. Li Zhaoda said some welcoming words and then boarded the imperial carriage with Lu Shurda. They set off toward the palace, rolling up the curtains and accepting the welcome of the common people. The guards of honor marched forward, and the announcer announced the achievements and names of the people who entered the city. When the people heard that the person on the imperial chariot was Lu Shurda, who had made great contributions in the western regions, they cheered and worshipped him, showing great respect. Li Zhaoda saw this and felt even more displeased. He looked down on Lu Shurda. Lu Shurda came from a humble background. Although he had been an official for many years, many of his actions were no different from those of the common people. Li Zhaoda, who had received a noble education from a young age, found these actions unbearable. He found them very vulgar. Lu Shurda had been guarding the border for many years and had been exposed to the wind and sun. His skin was very rough, and in addition to his fat body, he walked with a limp. Li Zhaoda, who cared a lot about appearance, found him even more disgusted. Although the two of them traveled in the same carriage, he sat far away from Lu Shurda in the wide imperial carriage. The space between them was enough for another fat person to sit. Li Zhaoda sat with his eyes closed the entire way, seemingly resting. He did not say a word to Lu Shurda. When the two of them reached the Meridian Gate, they got off the carriage and walked into the palace. Yang Fan stood at the side with his sword in hand. The three of them, accompanied by a few eunuchs, walked to Wuqing Hall. Lu Shurda had been guarding the border all these years. The last time he returned to the capital to have an audience with the emperor was when Emperor Gaozong, Li Ji, was still on the throne. This time, the capital looked very different from before. Especially inside the palace, where the emperor held court meetings and the officials were. It had been rebuilt into a magnificent, gorgeous and solemn Ming Hall. And behind the Wanxiang Divine Palace, the heaven, was even more towering into the clouds. The huge Buddha statue could be seen from afar when they first entered the city. Its facial features were very clear. When they passed by the side of the heaven and looked up at the giant Buddha, they felt that their bodies were as small as an ant. They could not help but be intoxicated. Lu Shurda walked very slowly because he had a limp. He looked around along the way, but he did not slow down. It was only because he was walking slowly that he admired the atmosphere in the palace. Li Xiaoda was an impatient person. Every time he walked too fast, he would have to stop and wait for Lu Shurda. When Lu Shurda caught up, he would have to stop and wait again after a few steps. Li Xiaoda was getting impatient. Looking at Lu Shurda, who was looking around like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, Li Xiaoda finally could not hold back and scolded him. "You ignorant Tian Shihan, can't you walk faster?" Tian Shihan was a scolding term from the Tang dynasty. It meant country bumpkin. When Yang Fan heard this, his expression changed. He thought, "This Prime Minister Li's temper is not very good. How can General Lu get out of this humiliating situation?" Yang Fan looked at Lu Shurda. He saw that Lu Shurda was calm and did not have a trace of shame. He only laughed and said, "He, Shurda is a Tian Shihan. I have made Prime Minister Li laugh. Shurda's left leg is a little crippled. I can't walk fast. I will have to trouble Prime Minister Li to wait for me." When Yang Fan saw this, he could not help but secretly praise. People say that Lu Shurda is broad-minded and magnanimous. Seeing him today, he really lives up to his reputation. Li Xiaoda had cursed Lu Shurda indiscriminately. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. If he really argued with Lu Shurda, he would be the one in the wrong. Seeing Lu Shurda's attitude, he could not get angry anymore. He could only slow his steps and accompany Lu Shurda step by step into the palace. At this time, in Wuqing Hall, Zhong Qinka and Zhou Xing were impeaching a minister in front of Wu Zetian. The person they were impeaching was Wei Fangji. After Zhou Xing received Wu Qingxi's instructions, he immediately began to prepare dirt on Wei Fangji. Because he was accusing a prime minister, he deliberately pulled Zhong Qinka in to increase his persuasiveness. Zhong Qinka was the current assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion and one of Wu Zetian's trusted aides. Back then, for Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne, Zhong Qinka had ingeniously planned and racked his brains, making great contributions. He and Wu Zetian had another identity. He was Wu Zetian's nephew, and his mother was Wu Zetian's cousin. Back then, in order to publicize Wu Zetian's achievements, Zhong Qinka had presided over the compilation of the Holy Mother Divine Emperor's records. At the beginning of Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne, he had specially created 12 new characters. The character Xian in Wu Mei's current name, Wu Xian, was also created by him, taking the meaning of the sun and moon in the sky. Therefore, this person was very trusted by Wu Zetian. After Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, to Zhong Qinka, it was only natural that a descendant of the Wu clan should inherit the throne. Only then would he and his descendants be able to continue living in glory, splendor, and wealth. Therefore, he was one of the most enthusiastic people about the removal of Crown Prince Li Tang. As a result, he hit it off with Wu Qingxi. As soon as Zhou Xing revealed his intentions, Zhong Qinka readily agreed to impeach Wei Fangji together with him. Zhou Xing reported to Wu Zetian all the rebellious acts he had concocted regarding Wei Fangji, and also presented some confessions he had obtained from the prisoners on death row. Zhong Qinka added fuel to the fire. Because of His Majesty's trust, Wei Fangji was promoted to Prime Minister. But this person does not intend to repay His Majesty's ascension to the throne, and is often spouting nonsense outside. I heard that Wei Fangji has a few plum trees in his back garden. This spring, the plum trees are blooming like clouds, lush and beautiful. Wei Fangji is extremely happy, and even specially held a family banquet under the plum trees. He laid out the banquet and drank wine. After he was drunk, he said, Today the plum trees are blooming luxuriantly, and after autumn, the fruits will surely be plentiful. At that time, I will drink with you all again to celebrate." Wu Zetian's face was gloomy, her well-maintained jade-like palm, as delicate as a young married woman, slapped the imperial table with a "pa" sound. Standing to the side, Shangguan Wan saw this scene and thought to herself, "This Wei Fangji is going to be out of luck." Sure enough, Wu Zetian was enraged. 2 years ago, she had put Gong Siming in an important position, but he actually hid Xiao Kyungjin, the younger brother of the traitor Su Jingye, and did everything he could to help him escape. Now that she put Wei Fangji in an important position, the man was leaning towards Li Tang, and was still trying to overthrow her rule. Are these people really a bunch of ungrateful wolves? Wu Zetian ordered Zhou Xing furiously, "Immediately throw Wei Fangji into prison and investigate him. Once he's proven guilty, his family will be confiscated, and he'll be banished to Danzhou, Hainan Island." Zhou Xing was secretly elated, and he quickly bowed and responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." At this moment, Eunuch Xiao Hai reported from the door, "Everyone, Lu Shurda is waiting for the decree outside the hall." When Wu Zetian heard that the great hero had arrived, her face relaxed a little, and she ordered, "You may leave, I'll summon Lu Shurda for an audience." Since Zhong Qinka and Zhou Xing had achieved their goal, they hurriedly left, and Li Zhaoda led Lu Shurda into the hall to meet the emperor. Yang Fan sent Li Zhaoda and Lu Shurda to the Hall of Martial Accomplishment, and his mission was over. Initially, he wanted to return to the palace, but he suddenly saw Zhong Qinka and Zhou Xing coming out from the hall with a proud look on their faces, and he could not help but be moved. After Eunuch Xiao Hai had passed on the decree, he was about to return to the palace. When Yang Fan saw him, he quickly called him over and asked softly, "Nobles in the palace, why are the sex eunuch and Minister Zhou here?" Xiao Hai was Shanghai Wan Er's confidant, and although he did not know that Yang Fan had a personal relationship with the imperial edict, he knew that Yang Fan had a close relationship with the imperial edict, and could be considered as one of them, so he answered softly, "They're here to accuse Wei Fangji of treason. Everyone is furious, and has ordered the Ministry of Justice to investigate." Because Wu Zetian was now named Wu Zong, the word Zong sounded like the word Zhao, so the imperial edict was taboo, and was called Ji. The imperial edict was not called an imperial edict, but rather it was called Ji. Xiao Hai did not dare to stay for long, and after saying this, he excused himself to Yang Fan, and hurried into the hall. Hearing Little Hai's words, Yang Fan couldn't help but stand outside the hall in a daze. The news of Wu Qingxi's failure to recruit Wei Fangji hadn't spread yet, so Yang Fan didn't know why Zhou Xing would act against Wei Fangji. However, Wei Fangji was the backbone of the Li protectors. The plan of Yang Fan, Shun Mu, and the others was that Wu Zetian's ascension to emperor was unstoppable, and they could only hope that she was too old to cultivate a qualified successor from the Wu clan, so they temporarily lay low, and preserved their strength, and after she passed away, they could take back the country from the Li family. Therefore, it was necessary to preserve and cultivate the strength that was loyal to Li Tang as much as possible. Wei Fangji was loyal to Li Tang, and as the prime minister, he was an important force to inherit Li Tang's legacy. Who would have thought that he would be destroyed just like that? Yang Fan did not know if the prime ministers had a good plan for this, but judging from similar incidents in the past, perhaps it was because Wu Zetian was too stubborn, and once she made a decision, no one could change her mind, or perhaps it was because Zhou Xing and the others were too skilled at using torture to extort confessions. As long as you fell into their hands, there was no need to fear that you would not confess. As a result, once you were imprisoned, there had never been a case where you came out clean, so it was impossible to count on the prime ministers to help. What should I do? Yang Fan rubbed his hands and frowned, his heart heavy. When he walked to the palace gate, a thought flashed in his mind, and he suddenly thought of Wu Sanxi. Zhou Xing was Wu Qingxi's henchman, and Wu Sanxi now had the evidence to destroy Wu Qingxi. As long as he could take down Wu Qingxi, once the big tree that was Wu Qingxi fell, the monkeys would scatter, and Wei Fangji's crisis would be solved. Thinking of this, Yang Fan wished he could grow wings and fly to Wu Sanxi, but he was currently responsible and could not leave the palace, so he changed his mind and walked towards Jia City. Chapter 313. When Yang Fan arrived at Jiaqing, many of the male and female guards who were not on duty today greeted Yang Fan warmly as long as they knew him. Yang Fan did not put on any airs. He did not treat his old acquaintances unkindly just because he had been promoted to officer general. He smiled and returned the greetings until he turned into the courtyard where the female guards live. A female guard was juggling a ball in front of the residence, practicing all kinds of techniques. Suddenly, the ball lost control and rolled toward Yang Fan. Yang Ling jumped with both feet, picked up the ball, and threw it into the air. With a light push of his foot, he sent the ball back steadily. The whole movement was done in one go, and it was very beautiful. The female guard stopped the ball and cheered for him. Yang Fan did not know this female guard, so he smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. "Excuse me, may I ask if Guard Gao Ying and Guard Lan Yiqing are here?" He did not recognize the female guard, but the female guard recognized him. Pursing her lips, she smiled and said, "Xiao Lan is currently on duty in front of the Emperor. Today, Guard Gao is resting. General Yang, please wait for a moment, I will go and find her." "Thank you," Yang Fan said. Not long after, the female guard found Gao Ying. She was wearing a grass-green arrow sleeve, looking valiant and full of energy. She was a little surprised to see Yang Fan and said with a smile, "Officer General is a newlywed, why are you looking for me? Don't let your Xiao Man know, she will be jealous of me for nothing." "Guard Gao must be joking," Yang Fan said with a smile. "I have something to trouble you with." "What is it?" Gao Ying asked. "I have an urgent matter, I need to see someone," Yang Fan said. "But I am on duty right now and cannot leave the palace. I would like to trouble you to make a trip for me." "Who is it?" Gao Ying joked. "Don't tell me you have a mistress right after you got married?" Yang Fan laughed and said in a low voice, "I would like you to make a trip to the Liang Palace for me and invite King Liang to see me." Gao Ying was startled and said doubtfully, "Wu Sanxi?" Yang Fan said, "That's right. What, you don't recognize the Liang Palace? It's very easy to find him. His mansion is in." "I recognize it," Gao Ying said. "However," Gao Ying bit her lip and said softly, "the Wu family has a bad reputation. Erlang has a bright future ahead of him. Even if he doesn't attach himself to the Wu family, he will still have a bright future. I really shouldn't get too close to them." Yang Fan straightened his expression and said, "That's right. This Yang associating with the Wu clan, this Yang's character, you will know in the future. But no matter what, I still need your help this time." Gao Ying rolled her eyes at him and faintly said, "But if you have a request, how can I not agree?" How could Yang Fan take her half-serious joke? Seeing that she had already agreed, he thanked her and ran away in a sorry state. There was a guest in Wu Sanxi's residence. The visitor was the supervising imperial censor, Yao Shaoji, one of the Sanxi 5 dogs. He was the first to know that Zhong Qinke and Zhou Xing had impeached Wei Fangji and then rushed to the Hall of Governmental Affairs to arrest him. Yao Shaoji immediately ran like a wisp of smoke to the Liang Palace to report. Wu Sanxi was overjoyed when he heard this. These people who didn't put the Wu family in their eyes were all thorns in the Wu family's eyes. Now that Wei Fangji was in trouble, Wu Sanxi was naturally happy. Yao Shaoji said, "Your Highness, don't be so happy. Even if this official didn't come, Your Highness would know of this matter tomorrow. This official didn't rush here to report the good news to Your Highness." Wu Sanxi immediately knew that Yao Shaoji had other intentions. He quickly put on a shameless act and asked, "What does Shaoji want to tell me?" Yao Shaoji said, "Your Highness has evidence against the Prince of Wei. This official wants to know, when does your highness plan to present it to his majesty? Wu Sanxi said, I have thought about this matter carefully. His Majesty beat Wang Qingji to death and is clearly fed up with Wu Qingxi's attempt to steal his heir. I originally planned to present the evidence tomorrow, but I didn't expect Wu Qingxi to act first today. Wu Qingxi first suffered a setback due to Wang Qingji's matter and then was humiliated by Wei Fangji. Now, he is biting people like a mad dog. He has clearly lost his composure. Although those prime ministers are also scheming against each other, when faced with a foreign enemy, they are united against a common enemy. Now that Wei Fangji is out of luck, those prime ministers will definitely not let it go. If I present the evidence now, once those prime ministers hear of it, they will definitely take the opportunity to hit me while I'm down and help me deal with Wu Qingxi. Yao Shaoji shook his head repeatedly and said, Your Highness is wrong. This official would like to ask, if those prime ministers look down on the Prince of Wei, what do they think of your Highness? Wu Sanxi grunted and said, In the eyes of those old men, only the descendants of the Li family are the descendants of the Emperor. They look down on Wu Qingxi, so naturally they look down on me as well. Yao Shaoji clapped his hands and said, That's right. Your Highness, since you also understand the logic behind this, how can you step forward at this time? Wu Sanxi curiously asked, What wise opinion does Shaoji have? Yao Shaoji said, Your Highness, in the past, although Zhou Xing and the others have attacked the princes and dukes who are more powerful than the prime ministers, the emperor's relatives and the various marquises, but at that time, the emperor had not ascended the throne yet. Everyone knows that the idea of attacking those people came from the emperor and not from Zhou Xing and the others. Wu Sanxi nodded and said, That's right, so what? Yao Shaoji licked his lips and laughed sinisterly, saying, But now it's different. The world now belongs to the emperor. Ever since the emperor ascended the throne, the court has been peaceful and no one has ever accused an important official of the prime minister level. What's the reason? Because the emperor has already obtained the world, there are no more obstacles for him to kick aside. Most of these prime ministers were appointed after the emperor ascended the throne and are all new officials. Moreover, this time there are people attacking the prime ministers and it is not the emperor's intention. Do you think they will be satisfied? If they sit back and watch Zhou Xing frame Wei Fangji, once this precedent is set, it won't be long before someone will attack them. In this lowly official's humble opinion, this group of prime ministers will protect Wei Fangji even if it is to protect themselves. And Wei Wang wants to revive his defeated reputation. He will not be willing to give up. If we topple Wei Wang now, it will be helping these prime ministers. When the time comes, they will become an obstacle for your Highness to fight for the crown prince position. Why don't your Highness bear with it for now and wait for them to fight until both sides are injured? Wu Sanxi was enlightened and clapped his hands, saying, That's right. Shaoji, your words have really reminded me. Yes. This prince shouldn't make a move now. Let them fight to the death. When they are both injured, this prince will make a move. At that time, who in the imperial court can compete with me? Just as Wu Sanxi said this, the residence's steward quietly entered the study and whispered something in his ear. Wu Sanxi was startled and said to Yao Shaoji, Good. We will do as you say. You can go back, this prince still has things to do. Hearing this, Yao Shaoji quickly stood up and said, This lowly official will take his leave. Once Yao Shaoji left, Wu Sanxi had the steward invite Gao Ying, who was dressed in men's clothes, into the study. Gao Ying explained the purpose of her visit and Wu Sanxi did not dare to delay and immediately followed her out of the residence. Yang Fan could not leave the palace because of his duties. He did not mean to put on airs in front of a prince. Wu Sanxi was clear on this point and naturally did not feel offended. He did not know what urgent matter Yang Fan had to see him for, so he did not dare to delay. When Wu Sanxi arrived at the Meridian Gate and saw Yang Fan, He immediately called him to the side and asked in a low voice, "Why does Erlang want to see this prince?" Yang Fan said, "Your Highness, Lu Shurta has arrived in the capital." When Wu Sansi heard such a brainless sentence, he could not help but be curious. What does Lu Shurta's arrival in the capital have to do with this prince? Yang Fan said, "It's Yian, that witness. Lu Shurta has seen him before. The Emperor is already disgusted with Wei Wang's recent actions. This is the right time for your Highness to present a witness." At that time, with Lu Shurta as a witness, Qiushenji will not be able to defend himself. The Emperor's punishment will be even more severe in his anger. This will be of great benefit to your Highness. Yang Fan did not know that his words were a step too late. Wu Sansi had already heard Yao Shaoji's words and had already made up his mind to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. How would he be willing to get involved? Hearing this, he repeatedly shook his head and said with a smile, "No rush, no rush. Erlang, Lu Shurta has returned to the capital to see the Emperor and will not return for a while. What is there for this prince to be anxious about?" Wu Chengxi was first thwarted by Li Zhaoda and then by Wei Fangji. "Heh, you still don't know?" Today, he ordered his henchmen to bring down Wei Fangji. That group of prime ministers will definitely not let it go. Just watch, very soon they will fight until their heads bleed. This prince can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When the time comes, I will reap the benefit. Isn't that good? When Yang Fan heard this, he was stunned. He did not expect the usually impulsive Wu Sansi to have such a sinister idea. When he and Princess Taiping had discussed using Wu Sansi as a knife to deal with Wu Qingxi, they did not expect such a change today. Now that the witness had fallen into Wu Sansi's hands, the initiative was in his hands. If he was not willing to make a move, Yang Fan could not do anything. He could not show that he was more interested in bringing down Wu Qingxi than Wu Sansi. Seeing his expression, Wu Sansi thought that he was loyal and devoted to himself, thinking that everything he did was for his own good. He patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Erlang, you are still young, it's normal that you haven't thought so far ahead. You do not need to worry. Everything is under this prince's control. You have done very well today. In the future, if you have any news or ideas, please report to this prince immediately. Once this prince becomes the crown prince, this prince will not mistreat you when I ascend to the imperial throne." Yang Fan smiled bitterly to himself and could only bow and say, "Thank you, your highness." Wu Sansi was very happy. He laughed and said, "Since this prince is here, if I do not enter the palace, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. This prince will go see the saint. You can go do what you need to do." As Wu Sansi said this, he swaggered into the palace. Wei Fangji was on duty when Zhou Xing suddenly brought people from the Ministry of Justice into the Hall of Governmental Affairs and took him away. As expected, this action angered the prime ministers. Ever since Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, the officials all thought that the emperor had already gotten what he wanted and that there would no longer be the danger of having his family destroyed at the slightest provocation. In reality, this was indeed the case. Ever since Wu Zetian ascended to the throne a year ago, there had been very few cases of officials being arrested in the imperial court. Wei Fangji's capture caused all the officials to feel insecure. That very night, the officials of the imperial court began to conspire with one another, communicating with one another in preparation to rescue Wei Fangji. However, they had all underestimated the capabilities of Zhou Xing, who was born to torture and interrogate. At morning court the next day, they all brought their memorials to the palace. However, before the prime ministers could take the lead to protect Wei Fangji, Zhou Xing had already taken the initiative to report to Wu Zetian. Wei Fangji had confessed to all his crimes and had personally written a confession. He had also reported an accomplice, Prime Minister Su Liangxi. When the officials heard this, they were all dumbfounded. Chapter 314. The civil and military officials did not expect that Wei Fangji would confess to all the charges in just a single night after being arrested in the afternoon of the first day. He even confessed to an accomplice. Although there was something fishy about this matter, Zhou Xing had even produced Wei Fangji's handwritten confession. As the Prime Minister, Wei Fangji often gave instructions to the various yamens and departments, so the officials were all familiar with his handwriting. Wu Zetian ordered the officials to read his confession. When they saw that it was indeed Wei Fangji's handwriting, they couldn't help but be speechless. Although they knew the power of torture to extract a confession, they had never personally experienced it, so they did not know how powerful the torture that made people wish for death but could not obtain it was, not to mention that Wei Fangji had children and grandchildren. If this torture was not imposed on him, but on his flesh and blood, letting him hear the extremely tragic cries with his own ears, it could really make people completely collapse and obediently follow the orders of the other party. Thus, even though the officials were doubtful, they couldn't refute the evidence that Zhou Xing had brought out without any evidence. Originally, they had intended to rescue Wei Fangji, but now that Wei Fangji had confessed to his crimes, there was no way to save him. They could only hurriedly give up on their original goal and plead for Su Liangxi's life. Actually, Zhou Xing wanted to force Wei Fangji to accuse one of the prime ministers in order to maximize his victory. Ever since Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, he had been lonely for far too long. In order to avoid the unbearable pain for himself and his family, Wei Fangji had confessed to his crimes against his will. However, he was ultimately unwilling to drag his close friends into this mess. However, if he did not accuse others, he would not be able to get past Zhou Xing. In the end, he could only harden his heart and reveal Su Liangxi. Su Liangxi and Wei Fangji had never been on good terms. Back then, in order to fight for the position of Prime Minister and his ranking among the Prime Ministers, they had fought each other both openly and covertly. Wei Fangji knew that it would be difficult for him to escape, and if he did not accuse others, he would not be able to get past Zhou Xing. After thinking it over, he decided to make this old Prime Minister his accomplice. It wasn't easy for Zhou Xing to achieve such results in just one night. He had also heard some rumors and knew that the officials were preparing to rescue Wei Fangji. There was no more time for him to interrogate a more ideal target. Thinking that it would be better if there were no more fish and shrimp, he brought Su Liangxi out. Officials loyal to Wu Chengxi's faction and officials loyal to Li Tang's faction were arguing endlessly in the Golden Hall, each with their own views. Seeing this, Wu Zetian ordered someone to summon Su Liangxi to the Golden Hall to confront Zhou Xing. Su Liangxi was already 85 years old. Since the beginning of the year, he had been bedridden due to illness. As soon as he heard the people from the palace explain the reason, Su Liangxi was scared out of his wits. He quickly dressed himself and forced his sick body to rush to the Golden Hall. He wept bitterly and complained about his grievances. By this time he could not care less about the grudge between him and Wei Fangji that should not be brought up to the table. He only wanted to prove his innocence. As Wu Zetian listened to his tearful account, she saw that he was old and clumsy, his hair as white as snow and his sickly face. Even when he spoke, he looked like he was on the verge of death. In her heart, she also felt that it was unlikely that this person was conspiring with Wei Fangji. Wu Zetian said, all right, you don't need to argue anymore. Prime Minister Su also need not say anything more. We believe that Prime Minister Su is loyal and devoted to us, and has no ulterior motive. This must be Wei Fangji's revenge by deliberately accusing Prime Minister Su. Zhou Xing, you did not handle the case properly and fell into a trap, almost harming our loyal minister. As soon as Zhou Xing heard this, he hurriedly apologized. I was foolish. If not for your Majesty's wisdom, I would have harmed a loyal minister. As Su Liangxi heard Wu Zetian exonerate him, he could not help but shed tears of gratitude. He kowtowed repeatedly and said, Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is wise. This old minister thanks your Majesty. Wu Zetian sighed and waved her hand, saying, All right. Prime Minister Su is ill, there is no need for such a big bow. Go home and have a good rest. We will not blame you. Thank you, your Majesty. This old minister thanks your Majesty. Su Liangxi kowtowed 3 more times and struggled to get up. But he was already old and suffering from a serious illness. After being frightened, he suddenly put down his worries. He felt his ears ringing and his heart beating rapidly. His whole body went limp. He struggled twice but could not stand up. Instead, he fell to the ground and fainted. There was a commotion in the Golden Hall. Di Renjie rushed over and held Su Liangxi in his arms, repeatedly pinching his philtrum. Seeing this, Wu Zetian asked the chamberlain Xiao Hai to fetch a jade cup from her table and gave Su Liangxi 2 mouthfuls of hot water. Only then did Su Liangxi slowly wake up. Wu Zetian saw that his face was as white as a sheet and he really did not have the strength to stand up. She summoned 2 imperial physicians and ordered people to drive the imperial carriage to escort Su Liangxi back to his residence. Who knew that Su Liangxi was already in his twilight years? After such a torment, he died before he even reached home. When the news reached the Golden Hall, all the officials paled. Wu Zetian was also very unhappy and the morning court ended on bad terms. After the morning court ended, the officials who were friends with the prime ministers all crowded around their pillars and expressed their indignation. The prime ministers also felt sad for the death of a rabbit, but at this time they still had to control their emotions and tried their best to appease the officials. With great difficulty, the prime ministers returned to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Before they could sit down, Li Zhaoda angrily roared, "This group of rascals is so savage. Now that Prime Minister Wei has admitted his guilt, he is finished. Although Prime Minister Su is innocent, he will be implicated and die. In one day, a Prime Minister has become a prisoner, a Prime Minister has died a wrongful death. We, the Grand Prime Ministers, are actually just a puppet in the hands of these cruel officials." Sun Zhangqian said, "If Zhou Xing did not have an ulterior motive, why would he become enemies with the Prime Minister? At the beginning, he was unjustly imprisoned because he was trying to figure out His Majesty's intention and cater to His Majesty. This time, Zhou Xing framing Prime Minister Wei was obviously not His Majesty's idea. There must be someone behind the scenes." Di Renjie sneered. "Prime Minister Tsin is also old, your eyes and ears are not as sharp as before. Don't you know that Zhou Xing has now joined Wu Qingxi's faction? This must be Wu Qingxi's idea." Li Zhaoda angrily said, "What's the use of the two of you arguing about these things? Whether it was Wu Qingxi's idea or Zhou Xing pretending to be a mad dog and biting people. In short, Wei Fangji has become a prisoner and Su Liangxi is already dead. Are you and I going to turn a blind eye to this? If this goes on, it will be our turn next." Sun Zhangqian said, "We will naturally return the favor. It's just that Zhou Xing has reason and evidence. What can we do?" Di Renjie stroked his long beard and pondered for a moment. He slowly said, "The Prime Minister is the head of all the officials. Right now, all the officials are watching our actions. If we give up, not only will the officials be bitterly disappointed, it will also increase King Wei's arrogance. Moreover, it is very likely that, as Prime Minister Li said, it will be our turn next. This move by King Wei, we have to accept it whether we want to or not." At this point, Di Renjie slowly raised his grizzled eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "If we want to return the favor, it is not impossible." Lai Junqian was not the least bit concerned about what happened in the imperial court today. Lai Junqian was a very strange person. Unlike Zhou Xing, Qiu Shenji and other cruel officials, these people usually have a clear political goal when they handle a case. It may be to eliminate dissidents, attack political enemies, or to cater to the wishes of the higher-ups and seek high positions and generous salaries. But Lai Junqian never cared about these things. He was a solitary official. He did not form cliques, nor did he rely on any powerful officials. He was only loyal to Empress Wu. If Empress Wu told him to bite someone, he would bite with all his might, bite to death, and even bite that person's relatives and friends to death. He did not form cliques, nor did he meddle in government affairs. He was never concerned about the turmoil in the political arena. He never even thought about his own path of retreat. He never thought about Wu Zetian's advanced age. If she died, who would he, a solitary official, cling to? Other than obeying orders from Wu Zetian and biting to death those officials who opposed her, he only cared about two things. One was young women and the other was torture. Among the four cruel officials, Zhou Xing and Qiu Shenji tirelessly pursued power, so Yuanli that Hu cared most about wealth, and Lai Junshin only cared about women and torture. Of course, if someone offended him, he would definitely retaliate. But the problem was, who would take the initiative to provoke a mad dog like him? Lai Junshin had a special fetish for beautiful women, and another fetish was torture. People like Zhou Xing and So Yuanli designed all kinds of torture in order to force their victims to obediently follow their whims. Once they achieved their goal, they would no longer need to torture. But Lai Junshin was different. He enjoyed the process of torture. The reason he designed all kinds of torture was because he liked to see the victim's flesh and bones being destroyed on the instruments of torture, and he liked to listen to their incomparably tragic cries. Therefore, what prisoners feared the most was to fall into Lai Junshin's hands. Because even if they confessed everything according to Lai Junshin's requirements, he would continue to torture them until he was overjoyed to see it and hear it. Only then would he stop. This man was a complete madman. The thing this madman was most obsessed with right now was to obtain Xie Xiaoman. The more he couldn't obtain her, the more he desired her. Lai Junshin was now so obsessed with Nyonyo that he couldn't even think about eating or drinking. In the imperial court, while Wu Qingxi's faction and the prime minister's faction were engaged in a life-and-death struggle, Wu Sanxi's faction and the fence-sitters were watching from the sidelines. Lai Junshin, the lone minister, was also watching from the sidelines. He didn't care at all whether the prime ministers won or Wu Qingxi won. At that time, his mind was wandering, imagining that he had already obtained the beautiful young woman that he yearned for day and night, and that he would use all kinds of methods to ravage her. In the Golden Hall, the perverted Lai Junshin was so excited by his fantasies that the thing between his legs was as hard as the halberds in the hands of the palace guards. Fortunately, the official's robe had always been relatively loose. When the morning court adjourned, the officials were indignant and surrounded the prime ministers to complain about the injustice they had suffered. Lai Junshin leisurely returned to the imperial messenger platform. When he rushed back, he was delighted to see that his trusted aide, Wei Suizhong, was already waiting there, bringing him a piece of good news. "You're saying that the 17 shops on that street in Nan City are all Yang Fan's businesses?" "Yes. Moreover, it was given to him on the day of his marriage. Although this matter was kept secret, how could he completely suppress the news when he wanted to take over more than 10 shops? I originally wanted to capture those shop owners and interrogate them, but the deputy prime minister forbade me to act rashly and alert the enemy. That's why I bribed a few shop assistants with a large interest rate, and finally got the truth out of them." Lai Junshin rubbed his chin and slowly said, "How generous!" Wei Suizhong said, "Yes. He's just a general. What kind of person, and what need is there for them to give him such a generous gift?" Lai Junshin chuckled and ordered, "Continue investigating for me. If you can find concrete evidence of this person's wrongdoing, that would be for the best. If you can't, I'll just give him a few charges." Wei Suizhong said, "Yes. But Master Shui, King Liang and Princess Taiping." Lai Junshin glared at him and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that I thought they were a hindrance, I would have taken them down a long time ago. Why would I need you to investigate?" Don't worry, when the time comes, I will naturally give him a major charge that will make these people run away from him. Let's see who else dares to cause trouble then. Chapter 3:15. After the morning court session the next day, Wu Zetian arrived at Wuqing Hall. Shanghai Wan served her a bowl of her favorite fermented rice, then quietly retreated to the side, afraid to offend her. There were two people in the hall. One was the Minister of Revenue, Lingxue, and the other was the Minister of Works, Gao Yanli. The two had been waiting even before the morning court session ended. Shanghai Wan already knew why they were here, so she was especially careful. As expected, Wu Zetian's expression darkened as soon as she heard the two's intentions. The two had come to report on her. Wu Zetian loved to listen to people snitching on her secret. For this reason, she had specially set up a copper cage to receive snitches. She had even issued an edict, ordering all the provinces and counties under the heavens to provide the informant with a post horse, accommodation, and food of a fifth-ranked official. The informant was to be sent to the capital, and the local officials were not to question the contents of the informant's report. If the informant was found to be true, they would be rewarded. If the informant was found to be false, they would not be pursued. But today, with these two people snitching on her, Wu Zetian could not bring herself to be happy. Because these two people had not only exposed Wu Zetian's relatives, but also some of Wu Zetian's most trusted confidants. Lingxue and Gao Yanli had reported the two brothers, Zong Qinka and Zong Chuk, their cousin Zong Jinqing, and Fu Yi, who had made great contributions during Wu Zetian's ascension to the throne. Zong Qinka was the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion, Zong Chuk was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and Zong Jinqing was a master craftsman. Although Fu Yi had been removed from his position as the prime minister, he was now the assistant minister of rights, an important official in the Ministry of Rights. Lingxue and Gao Yanli provided the account books and other solid evidence, accusing Zong Qinka, his brothers, and Fu Yi of corruption, bribery, embezzlement, selling official positions, and even cutting corners during the construction of the Wu clan's 7 temples. Zong Qinka was the assistant minister of the Phoenix Pavilion as well as the inner custodian. If he wanted to sell his official rank, he had the qualifications to do so. Zong Chuk was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, while Zong Jinqing was a master craftsman. They had a hand in the construction of palaces, ancestral temples, and mausoleums. Furthermore, these buildings had to be inspected by the Ministry of Rights in terms of regulations, decorations, specifications, and materials. Therefore, Fu Yi, as the Assistant Minister of Rights, could also be completely involved. Naturally, Lingxue and Gao Yanli were sent here by the prime ministers. However, the evidence they presented was undeniable. The prime ministers had long held onto this evidence. The reason why they had not brought it out earlier was that although this evidence could strike at their political enemies, it could not cause them any serious damage or even completely defeat them. Therefore, they had not used it all this time in order to avoid rashly fighting without sufficient preparation. Now that Wu Qingxi was being overbearing, they had no choice but to return the favor. Wu Zetian was truly distressed. Of course, she understood the principle that if the water was too clear, there would be no fish. She also understood the principle of the wise do not see, the wise do not hear, the virtuous do not see, the small transgressions are forgiven, and the righteousness of only one person. She had never wanted to demand that her officials be as honest as saints. However, Zong Qinka, his brothers, and Fu Yi's actions were too excessive. Selling official rank. Then what kind of officials would the court appoint? They even dared to skimp on the construction of the 7 temples of the Wu clan. What else would they not dare to embezzle? Today, the world belonged to Wu Zetian. She wanted her dynasty to stand tall for all eternity. She wanted to create a flourishing dynasty that belonged to her, Wu Zetian. The actions of these corrupt officials were destroying her great cause. Thinking of this, Wu Zetian's eyebrows lightly rose. However, with a slight raise of her eyebrows, her originally calm and graceful face was suffused with a faint murderous aura. Wu Zetian grabbed a red brush. The tip of the brush was as sharp as a blade. After hovering over the paper for a moment, she began to write. A moment later, an imperial edict was written. Wu Zetian said to Shanghai Wanner, "Add a seal and send it to the imperial censorate. Tell Lai Junshin to handle it as soon as possible." Shanghai Wanner gave a sound of assent. She gave Little Hai a meaningful glance, and Little Hai immediately took out the imperial seal. Shanghai Wanner took this opportunity to look at the imperial edict. Seeing Wu Zetian's choice of words, she knew that the three Zong brothers could be spared. But that Fu Yue, who had been promoted because he had taken the lead in persuading the emperor, would definitely be done for. Asking Lai Junshin to investigate again was just going through the procedure according to the law. The imperial edict had already decided the fate of these people. Lai Junshin was someone who was good at understanding the emperor's will. He would find the needed evidence according to the punishment the emperor wanted to give. For the sake of her everlasting foundation, Wu Zetian was determined to punish her subjects who had violated the laws of the Zhou dynasty. But she would never realize that she herself was doing something that violated the laws of the Zhou dynasty. Xuelingshu and Gao Yanli saw that Wu Zetian had already punished them, so they bowed and left. Wu Zetian tiredly leaned back in her chair and sadly closed her eyes. Seeing this, Wanner hurriedly walked behind her. Stretching out her slender fingers, she gently massaged her shoulders. She discovered that Wu Zetian's temples had already turned silver. She couldn't help but feel a bit sad. Even though Wanner's grandfather and father were both executed by Wu Zetian, as a person who believed in the supremacy of the monarchy, she couldn't bring herself to feel enmity towards Wu Zetian. Moreover, her grandfather and father had died when she was still a baby. She didn't have any feelings towards them. On the contrary, she had a special feeling towards Wu Zetian, who she had been with since she was 14. That feeling was like a child's admiration for a loving mother, but also like a reverence for a strict father. Now, she discovered that even though Wu Zetian spent a lot of time every day and used countless treasures to maintain her body, her youth was still slipping away day by day. Wanner, what? Wanner was startled and quickly asked. Wu Zetian let out a long sigh. She mumbled as if she was in a dream, "I cannot tolerate anyone destroying the empire that I have built with my own hands. However, there are always people that I trust and use to destroy it. Tell me, who is there that I can trust?" Wanner gently pressed on Wu Zetian's shoulders and thought for a long time. Just as she was about to tactfully avoid this question, she discovered that Wu Zetian was snoring softly. She had fallen asleep. Lai Junshin was more efficient than Zhou Xing. Early the next morning, he reported the results of the trial to Wu Zetian. Zong Qinka, Zong Chuk and Zong Jinqing had colluded to embezzle the funds for the construction of the palace. The evidence was conclusive, and a large amount of stolen goods was found in the three's mansions. The three had confessed to their crimes and respectfully awaited the emperor's judgment. Wu Zetian decreed that Zong Qinka would be demoted to Zhuanhua County Lieutenant, while Zong Chuk and Zong Jinqing would be exiled to Lingnan. As soon as Wu Zetian issued the decree, Lai Junshin immediately took out another memorial from his sleeve. It said that the Assistant Minister of Rites, Fu Yi, dreamed that he ascended to the Palace of Deep Dew and sat on the dragon throne. He wore the dragon robe and was worshipped by hundreds of officials. When he woke up, he was pleased with himself and told his relatives about what he saw in his dream. His relatives were sensible and ran to the imperial censor to report him. Lai Junshin arrested Fu Yi and sent him to prison for questioning. Fu Yi confessed to his ambition and committed suicide to escape punishment. Wu Zetian decreed that since the criminal was dead, there would be no additional charges. Fu Yi's family was sensible and reported him meritorious service. Just like that, Fu Yi died in such a baffling manner. More than a year ago, because he had taken the lead in persuading people to enter the government, he was promoted from a lower sixth-ranked official to the prime minister. He was promoted so quickly that he was known as the Four Seasons official. More than a year later, because of a dream, he committed suicide to escape punishment in prison. From his promotion to his violent death, wasn't Fu Yi's fantastical experience just like a dream? Zhongqinka, Fu Yi, and the others were all on Wu Qingxi's side. Their sudden disaster was clearly the prime minister's counterattack. Fu Yi committed suicide, Zhongqinka was demoted to a lowly county officer, and Zhongchuk and Zhong Jinqing were exiled to Lingnan. This series of powerful counterattacks made the officials who were not on the Wu side proud and elated. But Wu Qingxi was not willing to give up. He immediately ordered Zhou Xing to repeat the same trick and very quickly obtained a new confession from Wei Fangji, confessing that Prime Minister Cin Zhangqian was his accomplice. This time, Zhou Xing had learned from his failure to bite Su Liangxi. Once he obtained the confession, he immediately conducted a search of Cin Zhangqian's mansion. As if performing a magic trick, he found more than 100 sets of armor, hundreds of spears, and dozens of crossbows. Cin Zhangqian was not only the prime minister, he also had a military rank. He had been the Minister of War for a long time and still held the military rank of general who supports the nation. Cin Wenxian was the nephew of the Prime Minister of the Taizong dynasty, Cin Wenwen. Uncle and nephew had served as Prime Minister for 2 generations. He had a wide network of people, had many disciples, and held both civil and military positions. As soon as she heard that he was Wei Fangji's accomplice, Wu Zetian became very nervous. She immediately ordered Zhou Xing to step up the investigation and strengthen the capital's defenses. After Cin Wenxian was imprisoned, he saw the new and soul-shattering torture devices and knew that his body would not be able to endure the torture. The Cin family had many people. If he couldn't endure the torture and went against his will, he would definitely harm many of the officials who were on good terms with the Cin family. Carrying the crime of rebellion on his back, he would not be able to escape death. It was better for him to end things early. He made up his mind and committed suicide. When Wu Zetian heard the news, she was furious. She ordered the tombs of her father and grandfather to be dug up and exposed in the wilderness. Zhou Xing did not give up. Seeing that Cin Wenxian had committed suicide, he tortured his son Cin Lingyuan to force him to confess his accomplice. Unable to endure the torture, Cin Lingyuan randomly confessed to a few officials. In a short period of time, the Minister of Rights Ouyang Tong, the Right Imperial Envoy Go Fuyuan, and dozens of other officials were imprisoned for the crime of rebellion. The prime ministers did not want to be outdone. Using the evidence they had on the opposing officials, they continuously impeached them. The originally peaceful officialdom was thrown into chaos. Wu Zetian originally thought that after her ascension to the throne, the government would be clear and the officials would be honest. She did not expect that there would be rebellion and corruption. In her anger and grief, her killing intent soared. For a short period of time, Luoyang was a reign of terror. Ever since Wu Zetian ascended to the throne, several abandoned markets that had been deserted for a long time were once again bustling with activity. Every day, there would be officials being escorted to the execution grounds to be executed. At this time, it was already the height of summer. However, for many people, every day was as cold as ice. Yang Fan watched the decisive battle between the prime ministers and Wu Qingxi. He was anxious. He knew that if he wanted to stop all of this, he could only rely on the intervention of a third force. The best candidate for this third force was naturally Wu Sanxi. As long as he was willing to take action, not only could he change the current situation, but he could also deal a heavy blow to Wu Qingxi. However, Wu Sanxi was very satisfied with the current situation. In order to prevent a third force from joining the opposing side, both sides did their best to avoid involving the officials belonging to the third force. Since Wu Sanxi did not suffer any losses, He was naturally happy to let them fight to the death. At this time, Shen Mu was fighting with young Master Jiang in Chang'an. Wu Sanxi was biding his time, so Yang Fan had no other choice but to bite the bullet and go find Princess Taiping. At this moment, if there was anyone who could stop this tragic battle, it was the flower of Luoyang. Chapter 316. There was a pavilion on the lake. Princess Taiping was sitting on a bamboo mat, her elbow propped on a table, her brows slightly furrowed. This was the back garden of the princess residence. Princess Taiping's clothes were relatively casual, her hair was loosely tied up, she only wore a snow-patterned silk dress and her feet were bare. The bamboo mat under Princess Taiping's body was lustrous like jade. It was taken from Chizhou where famous bamboos were abundant. It was as smooth as a bed of bamboo leaves, as cold as the scales of a crouching dragon, soft but tough, smooth and cool. It could be folded vertically and horizontally without changing shape. This kind of bamboo mat was worth at least 100 gold. When Chizhou's bamboo mat was first made, it was green in color, but as time passed and it was used, it gradually turned brown and then the color became darker and darker. The bamboo mat under Princess Taiping's body had already turned brown-red, showing how old it was. This kind of bamboo mat could be sold for at least 500 gold in the market. However, this bamboo mat was one of Princess Taiping's dowry, an item used by the imperial court. Its price was far beyond 500 gold. Outside the pavilion, the dark green lotus leaves were as big as jade plates, spread out layer upon layer, the lotus flowers drilled out between the gaps of the leaves, bright and glistening. There was a gentle breeze on the lake, gently stirring the lotus leaves and also brushing the belt on Princess Taiping's slender waist. In the middle of the pavilion, there were very wide eaves extending out like bat. Not only could it shelter her from the rain, but it could also block the sun. It was supposed to be very cool, but it was noon at the moment, so it was still very hot. Therefore, a few basins of ice were placed around Princess Taiping's body. The external steward Li Yi was sitting on her knees opposite her, reporting something to her. The internal steward Zhou Min was sitting beside her. From time to time she would pick up a silver mallet and knock a few times on the sparkling and translucent ice, making it crack and letting the coolness spread faster. On the table in front of Princess Taiping was a cup of wine, as well as a plate of ice carved into the shape of a fish. Princess Taiping listened to Li Yi's narration. Sometimes she would lazily pick up a silver clamp, pick up an ice fish and throw it into the glass, gently shake it, wait for the ice to melt. The wine cup would be suffused with a faint layer of mist, then she would pick up the wine cup and take a sip. Perhaps she had drunk a lot of wine, her fair and delicate cheeks had a faint blush. After listening to Li Yi, Princess Taiping said, So far, how many of us have been caught in the crossfire? Li Yi quickly calculated in his heart and bowed. 7 people, but their positions are not too high. The highest position is only a doctor. Princess Taiping nodded and said, Yes, the prime ministers and Wu Qingxi are worried that the neutral forces will join the other side, so they are trying their best to avoid dragging irrelevant people into the water. It's also Ben Gong's fault for always being a bit too careful. These officials' identities are hidden, so neither side knows that they are my people. As a result, they are implicated. Li Yi said carefully, Yes. So, should we think of a way to rescue them? Princess Taiping sighed softly and said, Save? How? They were all imprisoned on charges of corruption and treason. Mother was furious at the moment. Besides, I can't reveal my power too early. Li Yi said, But if this goes on, I'm afraid more and more people will be implicated for no reason. At that time, Princess Taiping said, Yes. If this goes on, the foundation of the country will be shaken. They don't understand Mother's character. Mother is unyielding and would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. As long as you say that the court is full of treacherous officials, she would rather clean up the court. Even at the risk of serious damage, she still wants to regroup. If you want mother to feel that the situation is out of control and take the initiative to pacify the situation, that is impossible. Hearing this, Zhoumin could not help but interrupt. Princess, your servant thinks that now both sides are in a difficult position. If you want to pacify the situation, only Princess can come forward and mediate. Princess Taiping slightly leaned her body and changed her other hand to support herself on the table. This movement caused her soft and thin spring dress to slip, revealing her white and alluring bosom. However, there was no one else in the pavilion. Li Yi was a eunuch who came with her when she was married. Princess Taiping had never regarded him as a man and did not care at all. Princess Taiping did not hide and only giggled at Zhoumin. Mother has always opposed me getting involved in politics. Ben Gong's wings are not yet formed, so I cannot come forward at this time. Zhoumin said, If Princess cannot come forward, then what should we do? Princess Taiping's pair of beautiful red phoenix eyes slightly squinted and leisurely said, Wu Sanxi unexpectedly kept his composure this time. This is somewhat beyond my expectations. He does not have this kind of scheming mind. I think it was his 5 dogs who gave him the idea. Now that the Prime Ministers and Wu Qingxi are evenly matched, as long as one side loses, the situation will be pacified. As long as I think of a way to let Wu Sanxi take action, the situation will be settled. Li Yi frowned and said, Princess, since Wu Sanxi has decided to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, will he be willing to come forward? Princess Taiping smiled and said, I have my own way. You go and appease our people and tell them not to worry. In the imperial court tomorrow, there will be a sudden change. Li Yi nodded and said, Yes. Li Yi stood up and retreated. At this time, a maid dressed in green rushed to the pavilion and said to Princess Taiping, Princess, there is a general of the left Yulin, named Yang Fan, who is here to see you. Princess Taiping's eyes lit up and she sat up straight and said, Quick, quick, cough. Bring him to see me. Yes. The maid dressed in green retreated. Princess Taiping glanced at Zhoumin and said, Go and do your own things, there is no need to wait on me. Zhoumin complied and retreated. Princess Taiping straightened her clothes and sat upright, like a white lotus, slowly floating on the water in the pond. Yang Fan followed Princess Taiping's family to the backyard. This was the first time he came to Princess Taiping's residence. If it was not for the situation in the imperial court gradually getting out of control and he had no one to ask for help, he really did not want to come. They had already left the front yard. As far as the eye could see, it was no longer a magnificent palace-style building. Here there were trees, mountains, rocks, and pavilions hidden among them. Occasionally, a corner of a towering and imposing building could be seen. The style was really not comparable to an ordinary residence. In front, a well-dressed manservant led Yang Fan past a red building in the forest. Suddenly, there was a burst of music coming from upstairs, followed by a few women's giggles. It was somewhat flirtatious, but also like a delicate gasp. Then, with a pause sound, a wine cup flew down from the building and fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. Yang Fan's figure flashed as he raised his head to look upstairs. He saw an enchanting woman in only her undergarments, giggling as she fled to the top of the building. She was followed by a disheveled man whose face was flushed red from drunkenness. He staggered over and pulled her back. Yang Fan looked over and saw 2 other beauties in spring clothes catching up to the man and supporting him. Prince's son-in-law, don't mess around, you have drunk too much. The voice floated down from upstairs. When Yang Fan heard it, he could not help but be shocked. This person was Prince's son-in-law Wu Yuji? The dragon gave birth to 9 sons, each of them different. The princesses of the Tang dynasty were naturally jealous, but there were also gentle and delicate ones. Thus, whether a prince's son-in-law's life was good or not depended on which princess he married. Some prince's son-in-law married a gentle and virtuous princess. Not only could they live comfortably at home, they could also take in concubines if they wanted to. Some princesses were very jealous, so the prince's son-in-law had to be extra careful if he wanted to steal them. However, no matter what kind of princess she was, a princess was still a princess. A princess had her own dignity, and a married woman had her own rules. No prince's son-in-law dared to go so far as to indulge in debauchery in the princess's residence, openly gathering a group of concubines to drink and seek pleasure, and brazenly challenging the princess' authority. But now, Lang Jiang, this way please. The manservant in front was very calm, as if he was already used to this kind of scene. Yang Fan suppressed the doubts in his heart and followed the manservant away. The gentle wind carried the flirtatious laughter in the building to his ears, but he could no longer hear it. Further back, there were even fewer pavilions, but the scenery of the mountains and rivers was even more lush. The gardens of the Tang dynasty were mostly based on natural scenery, and not much decoration was done. Thus, as he walked through the forest, Yang Fan felt as if he was walking on a small mountain path. In front of him, there was a maid dressed in green waiting on him. The manservant stopped and continued to be led by the maid. Not long later, they arrived at a sparkling lake. There was a pavilion by the lake, and most of it was above the water. The windows on all four sides of the pavilion were wide open. The maid dressed in green indicated for Yang Fan to stop and went to the pavilion to report, "Princess Lang Jiangyang has arrived. Invite him in." Yang Fan walked into the pavilion and saw Li Linghui dressed casually, and then looked at the grape wine on the table. He could not help but frown slightly. Princess Taiping gently waved her hand and dismissed the maid. She nodded sweetly to Yang Fan and said, "Second Lang, please sit." In the pavilion, other than the table in front of Princess Taiping, there was only a table on the side where Zhou Min used to sit. Yang Fan did not bow and walked over in large strides. He sat behind the table and said in a deep voice, "Princess is so relaxed." Princess Taiping lightly smiled and said, "The summer is scorching and the heat is very strong. I am a woman and do not need to worry about state affairs. If I don't relax here and enjoy the cool air, what else can I do?" As she spoke, she took a glass cup and filled it with wine that was as red as snow. She also picked up 2 ice fish and gently pushed it to the side of the table. Her white jade-like hand gently gestured and said with a smile, "Please drink." The sparkling and translucent ice fish floated or sank in the dark red wine. Paired with the jade-yellow glass cup, it was truly a glazed bell. The amber was thick and the wine droplets were truly pearl-red. Yang Fan didn't stand on ceremony. He stretched out his arm and took the wine cup. He tilted his neck and poured the entire cup of wine into his mouth. He swallowed it with a gulp and then chewed on the 2 ice fishes that hadn't melted yet. Princess Taiping covered her mouth and laughed. She said, "Such good wine and such a way to drink it. It is really like a cow chewing on peony. Erlang, this wine should not be drunk like this. Come, let me teach you." In a very elegant posture, Princess Taiping gently stretched out 2 fingers to hold the glass cup, and slowly brought it to her mouth. She gently opened her sandalwood mouth, and slowly poured the bright red wine into her red lips. Then she put down the wine cup, and slightly opened her mouth to let Yang Fan see the shape of her lips and tongue. Princess Taiping's tongue was like a leaf that was slightly curled up from both sides to the middle. The bright red wine was gently flowing on her tongue. Princess Taiping was afraid that the wine would overflow, so when Yang Fan could see it clearly, she curled up her tongue and pursed her lips, letting the wine flow into her throat. After drinking this mouthful of wine, Princess Taiping smiled and said, "When the wine enters your mouth, stir it with your tongue and swallow it slowly. In this way, you can taste its mellow and fragrant taste and leave a fragrance on your teeth and cheeks." Yang Fan calmly said, "Your Royal Highness, I am not here today to ask you for advice on how to drink wine." "You are right." Princess Taiping put her elbow on the table to support her chin. Her sleeves slid down, revealing her snow-white tender arm. On her wrist, there was a green jade bracelet, which contrasted brilliantly with her snow-white skin. Princess Taiping held her chin and said lazily, "You are a busy man. Your official career is smooth sailing. You have more than 10 shops in your family that make a lot of money every day. You are very busy every day. So, you are a busy man. Why did you come to see me today despite your busy schedule?" Princess Taiping said. She winked at him playfully and innocently. Chapter 317. Yang Fan angrily said, "Your Highness, why are you pretending to be confused? Do you really not know the situation in the court?" The more Princess Taiping saw that he was angry, the happier she was. Even she did not know why she had such a strange feeling. She smiled and said, "Look at you, what kind of temper is this? Did something big happen in the court? The weather has been too hot these days. What's wrong with the hot weather?" "The weather is hot, so my mood is not good. My mood is not good, so I have been cooped up in the mansion and did not go out. So I really don't know what happened in the court." Princess Taiping's flirtatious eyes flashed towards Yang Fan. She sweetly said, "Why don't I trouble you to tell me about it?" Yang Fan was fully aware that she was putting on an act, but he had no choice but to briefly explain the recent happenings in the imperial court. Princess Taiping nonchalantly said, "The Prime Minister and the Prince went into battle bare-chested, personally leading hundreds of officials to fight to the death. The Emperor is not anxious about this matter. You are just a lowly military officer, it is enough for you to be wise and take care of yourself, why do you have to stand out?" Yang Fan stared at her and said, "If the fighting continues like this, the court will be in turmoil and the country will be unstable. As a princess of the Tang dynasty, do you have the heart to see the people in danger, the industry wither, and the frequent civil strife? Once Wu Chengxi monopolizes power, I am afraid that Wu Sanxi's evidence will not be able to do anything to him. Are you not anxious?" Princess Taiping suddenly laughed and her face darkened. She coldly said, "Now the world is surnamed Wu and not Li. Why should I be anxious?" Yang Fan said, "The world is surnamed Wu, but the Crown Prince is surnamed Li. Great things may not be impossible." Princess Taiping looked at him, and a playful smile flashed across her lip. She slowly said, "So, you are a loyal subject of my Li family?" Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "I dare not say I am a loyal subject, but I know that if the fighting continues like this, it will do harm to the country and the people. You have never been to the western region. You do not even know how the real commoners live, but I know. Do you know what the commoners in the streets are looking for? It was just a house to live in, and the rice jar at home was often full. Do you know how difficult the lives of the common people in the bitter cold of the western region are? They needed even less. Maybe they were always hungry. Maybe they had to hug each other and shiver in the cold winter. But they didn't have any complaints. They only hoped that they could live a peaceful life. They didn't have to worry that the alien races would chop off their heads, or that their wives and daughters would be abducted and abused, or that their own sons would be taken away and used as slaves. If it was me a year ago, I really only wanted to be good to myself. What did the people in the world have to do with me? But after the trip to the western regions, experiencing and hearing everything with my own eyes, I changed my mind. I hope the world will be at peace. I wish for the country to prosper and the people to live in peace. I hope that my family can live a happy life. I hope that one day, when I am about to leave this world, I don't have to worry that if there is a drought or flood, my descendants won't be able to survive. I don't have to worry that there will be frequent wars, that the enemy will attack my home at any time, and that my children will have nowhere to escape. I don't have to worry that corrupt officials will run amok, and that treacherous and ambitious people will dominate the court. I don't have to worry that my children and grandchildren will become officials, and I don't have to worry about being ordinary people. Princess Taiping's pair of phoenix eyes slightly narrowed. She looked exactly like Wu Zetian when she was in deep thought. You are really thinking long-term. Home, country, and the world, you have thought of them all. Is it really because of the trip to the western region? I think it is because you have a family and a woman. You are thinking of your home, your woman, and your children, right? Yang Fan did not evade her gaze and said, "What's wrong with thinking like this? This is a man's responsibility. I didn't rely on treacherous officials for the sake of the well-being of my family. I also can't abandon my responsibility to my wife and children for the court and the world. Home, country, and the world, aren't we all bound together for good or ill? Cultivating one's moral character and family, governing the country and the world are not contradictory. If they are, it will certainly go against the way of heaven and the people's heart, and it will not last long." "The way of heaven?" Princess Taiping's eyes were a little red. She said angrily, "You men keep talking about the way of heaven. It seems that in this way, you have a righteous cause in your hands, and everything you do is in line with the way of heaven and the people's heart. Hee. Now you have a beautiful wife by your side, and your future is bright. Naturally, you believe that this is the way of heaven. But so many people of Li Tang's royal family were unjustly killed, including the baby in swaddling clothes and the pregnant woman. Who is going to uphold justice for them? I am alone now, and I get drunk every day. Who is going to uphold justice for me?" After Princess Taiping finished speaking, she raised her head and poured the red wine in the glass. Yang Fan said calmly, "What the prime ministers are doing now, and what I am doing now, is for what? But even if there is a little hope, I will strive to fight for it. I will do my best and leave the rest to heaven. When you are feeling sorry for yourself, have you ever thought about this? At first, you said that you wanted to use Wu Sanxi to divide the Wu family, and also to overthrow Wu Qingxi. Now, Wu Sanxi has a witness in his hand, but he is reluctant to take action. But now, you say something about being wise and wise to protect yourself. Are you blaming me?" Princess Taiping raised her eyebrows slightly and said slowly, "Yes, I was the one who came up with the idea, but the one who made the decision was you, General Yang. At best, I can only be regarded as a useless advisor to General Yang. If you don't agree, I can't do anything about it. Since you've agreed to it, you can't blame it on them now that we've messed up." Yang Fan couldn't bear it anymore. He slapped the table and interrupted Princess Taiping's words. Princess Taiping lightly patted her chest and said timidly, "Are you trying to scare me?" I'm really scared." Yang Fan didn't know whether to get angry or not because of her attitude. After a while, he suppressed his anger and tried to speak in a calm tone. "Princess, the situation is critical now. If we lose all our power in the imperial court, then even if Wu Sanxi overthrows Wu Qingxi, what good will it do to us? It will just be to replace Wu Sanxi, who is more arrogant and domineering than Wu Qingxi, to dominate the imperial court. Now, Gongdi is in trouble, and Shen Mu is far away in Chang'an. If you continue to stand by and do nothing, the situation will really get out of hand." Princess Taiping slightly squinted her eyes, leaned over, and said charmingly, "Are you begging me?" Yang Fan was so angry that he couldn't speak. Compared to Taiping, he was after all less experienced in life. After being teased by her, he was impatient and didn't have the mood to flirt with her. Taiping looked at him like a frog, his chest and abdomen bulging up and down, looking like he had nowhere to vent his anger. She could not help but giggle. While flirting with her hair, she said slowly, "This is the first time I see someone asking for help in such a righteous manner. Do I owe you anything?" She glanced at Yang Fan and snorted coldly, "When you came in, you didn't even bow to me. In any case, I am also a princess, right? You sat there aggressively as if you were asking for a debt. May I ask, what do I owe you? Do you think I deserve to clean up your mess?" Yang Fan said in a low voice, "Princess, if you let them fight, it won't benefit you at all. If they continue to fight, the little force you have painstakingly built will also be caught in the crossfire." Taiping used her slender fingers to curl her hair and said unconcernedly, "I don't care. What my force? It's just a little trick that Ben Gong created out of boredom. With them, Ben Gong is a princess. Without them, Ben Gong is still a princess. Don't tell me that I can still be an emperor? Yang Fan saw that she was acting so shamelessly and couldn't help but feel angry. Princess Taiping's charming eyes turned and she stood up with a smile. Her pair of feet were as slender as a goose's feet and as white as the first snow. She walked over to Yang Fan and with her hands behind her back, she smiled and bent over to ask, Yang Langjiang, you've only been married for a few days, right? You've already consummated your marriage with the bride, are you still happy? As soon as Yang Fan raised his head, he saw a pair of plump breasts hanging in front of him like a pair of fragrant melons. Taiping's home clothes were too loose and when she bent over, the neckline was wide open. The pair of plump and perfectly round breasts seemed to be affected by gravity and looked even more spectacular. Yang Fan only needed to raise his eyes, and they completely jumped into his line of sight. The impact was very strong. Yang Fan quickly withdrew his gaze and said, "Thank you for your concern. Yang Fan and my wife spent every night in spring, a man and a woman making love. The feeling was too wonderful for words." As soon as Princess Taiping heard Yang Fan's words, jealousy rose in her heart. She originally wanted to provoke Yang Fan, but Yang Fan was not willing to take the bait. Now that Yang Fan was only showing affection, it happened to hit her vital point. She immediately lost her cool. Princess Taiping suddenly straightened her back and paced anxiously on the mat a few times. She suddenly thought of something and immediately calmed down. She slowly walked back to Yang Fan's side and said with a smile that was not a smile, "I know you are deliberately making me angry, but I am not angry. If you want me to help you, fine. However, courtesy demands reciprocity. If I help you, how will you thank me?" Yang Fan raised his head and said, "How do you want me to thank you, Princess?" Princess Taiping stared at him and gradually her face was filled with love. Her eyes were so wet that it seemed as if water was about to seep out. She bent her slender waist and suddenly sat down on Yang Fan's bosom. She pushed the few obstructing tables away and used her soft arms to gently encircle his neck. She said in a sweet voice, "How about, you accompany me to have some fun, what do you think?" That plump, soft and bouncy round buttocks just happened to press against Yang Fan's vital point. It was summer, Princess Taiping was wearing thin and soft clothes, while Yang Fan was not wearing thick clothes. That sensitive place seemed to be able to clearly feel her delicate and smooth skin. Yang Fan had the intention to push her away, but her slender waist was twisting. A pair of tall and straight jade peaks were pressing against his chest. How could he move his hands? Princess Taiping saw that he was about to open his mouth again, so she immediately raised her white jade finger and gently pressed it against his lips. She said in a soft voice, "You are not my gigolo, I am also not your wife, this has nothing to do with me. Is that okay? I am a woman, you are a man, I am Yin, you are Yang, I am Kun, you are Qian, I am Earth, you are Heaven." Princess Taiping gently leaned on Yang Fan's shoulder and said in a soft voice, "Heaven and Earth unite, Qian Kun intersect, Yin and Yang harmonize, a man and a woman make love once, just once, then you are still you, I am still me, don't let anyone know." She softly murmured and gently pulled up the gauze curtain by the window. The gauze curtain was like a fog shrouding the two of them. Chapter 3:18. Yang Fan coldly said, "Princess, do you know that your son-in-law is in the red building in front?" Princess Taiping smiled coquettishly and said, "Of course I know. I know everything about him. I also know that in addition to his concubines, there is also a famous prostitute that he has just redeemed from the Emerald Mist House. I don't care. He can find his pleasure and I can find my pleasure. Well water does not interfere with river water. This son-in-law of the Wu family was originally what my mother wanted. I have already fulfilled her wish. What else do you want me to do?" Princess Taiping leaned on Yang Fan's shoulder. She was so soft as if all the bones in her body had been pulled out. She said in a sweet voice, "Don't tell me that you think that it is inappropriate to have sex in the daytime? You give me what I want and I will give you what you want. We have a fair deal. We don't lose anything. What do you think? Yang Fan finally could not bear it anymore. He suddenly shook his thighs. Princess Taiping cried out "Io!" Her delicate body was like a ball being shaken up. Yang Fan put his hands together and grabbed her small waist like a pair of iron pincers. He took the opportunity to put her on his legs. He raised his palm. "Pa!" A crisp sound was heard. Yang Fan angrily said, "Can't you think of something else? Can't you think of something else? Can't you think of something else? You?" Yang Fan really did not know how to scold her. When the words "Why are you so lascivious" came to the tip of his tongue, he felt that it was too hurtful. He hurriedly swallowed it back. He repeatedly said, "Can't you think of something else?" But his palm was not light. The strength of his palm was not small either. He only asked 4 questions and had already slapped her more than 10 times. When Princess Taiping received the first slap, she was dumbfounded. She had never been slapped by anyone since she was a child, let alone her buttocks. That place was slapped by Yang Fan, but Princess Taiping stayed there without any reaction. When she finally came to her senses, she could no longer feel any pain on her buttocks, only a numb and burning sensation. At this time, Yang Fan had slapped her buttocks, only then would her swollen and hot buttocks feel better. Yang Fan slapped the moon a dozen times in a row, and his anger gradually subsided. Only then did he realize that with each slap, the full moon in front of him would tremble for a while, like the bright moon reflected in the water, causing ripples in the water. How could he continue slapping the moon? Princess Taiping had never experienced this kind of feeling in her life. That kind of novelty, that kind of strangeness, that kind of thrill of being punished by the man she liked, made her whole body go limp and numb. Yang Fan's hands stopped, and a sense of disappointment and reluctance arose in Taiping's heart. She twisted her body as if she had not had enough, and slowly turned her head to look at Yang Fan. Her coquettish eyes were like silk. Yang Fan wanted to continue slapping her, but he felt that it was inappropriate. Suddenly he saw the basin of ice at the side, and his heart was moved. He reached out and grabbed a piece of ice, and placed it on Princess Taiping's buttock. Taiping felt a chill on her buttocks, and could not help but cry out in fear. Her body immediately twisted. Yang Fan firmly held her waist and thighs, and angrily said, "You obviously have a way, are you going to make your move or not?" Taiping's hot buttocks were pressed by the ice, and she felt comfortable. She raised her willowy eyebrows and stubbornly said, "No, unless you promise me." Yang Fan sneered and raised his head to avoid looking at her. He had stayed in the icy and snowy western regions, so he knew what kind of effect it would have if the ice was applied to the body without moving for a long time. This kind of feeling was something that the noble Princess Taiping, who had a delicate body, had never experienced before. After a while, Princess Taiping really felt a strange pain on her skin that was pressed by the ice. It was better when she did not feel it, but once she felt it, it became more and more unbearable. At first she could still bear it, but later she could not help but twist her body, wanting to shake it off. But with Yang Fan controlling her and holding the ice in place, how could she succeed? Yang Fan pressured her. "Are you going to make your move or not?" "Not. So cold, spare me Erlang, so cold." Yang Fan did not dare to let her skin get frostbite. If the two of them were not like a pair of bitter couple, he would not even dare to use this method. Seeing Taiping's pitiful frown, he really felt some unbearable pain, so he changed the position of the ice and continued to ask, "Are you going to make your move or not?" Taiping was originally stubborn, and Yang Fan took the initiative to give way. How could she have any reason to give in? Taiping clenched her teeth and held on, refusing to admit defeat. In fact, before Yang Fan asked her for help, Taiping had already decided to urge Wu Sanxi to make his move. It was just that when she met Yang Fan, she was no longer that calm and wise Princess Taiping. She insisted on being at odds with him. This kind of situation was somewhat like some girls in love. As long as Taiping felt that her buttocks were unbearably cold, she would cry out in pain, "Ice," and Yang Fan would change the position. Because he was afraid that she would twist, Taiping's lower abdomen was tightly pressed against by Yang Fan's knee. In the beginning, she still wanted to avoid the vital parts, but later, she unconsciously took the initiative to move closer, using that to obtain bursts of pleasure. Her small waist and thighs were in the grasp of a pair of big hands. That overbearing strength, the heat on her waist, the coolness on her buttocks, and the resistance and friction under her abdomen gradually formed a kind of blissful pleasure. Taiping's moans as she twisted gradually carried a trace of charming and gentle ecstasy. "Are you going to make your move or not?" "I don't." Taiping was obviously tortured by him, but there was a kind of indescribable pleasure. Suddenly, that pleasure came like a tide, like lightning, spreading to all her limbs and bones, finally converging into a torrent, as if her whole body was about to explode. Like a fish, Princess Taiping suddenly straightened her body, her lower abdomen tightly pressed against Yang Fan's knee. This time the force was so strong that even Yang Fan was unable to hold her down. That piece of ice that had mostly melted suddenly slipped into the crack between her buttocks. Stimulated by this, Taiping let out a scream, her body twitched violently several times, and suddenly like a deflated balloon, she softly collapsed on Yang Fan's lap. Yang Fan did not know what happened to her. He was afraid that she would be tortured badly. He nervously asked, "What happened to you?" Taiping felt her lower abdomen was numb. She felt an unbearable pleasure, as if a silky honey was seeping into her lower clothes. Afraid that Yang Fan would find out, she hastily struggled to free herself from his control. Lying on the mat, she panted and said, "It's none of your business, don't touch me, I promise you." Yang Fan was ecstatic, but seeing her strange expression, the fragrant sweat on her forehead, her body was so limp that it seemed she could not move. He could not help but feeling remorseful. "Why didn't you promise me earlier?" he said. "This is beneficial to both of us," he said. "Why don't I help you up?" Are you all right? Let me help you up?" This woman's mind was also very strange. She dared to face Yang Fan naked, dared to boldly tease him, but she did not dare to let Yang Fan see her embarrassed appearance, especially in this kind of situation. This woman's mind was also very strange. She dared to face Yang Fan naked, dared to boldly tease him, but she did not dare to let Yang Fan see her embarrassed appearance, especially in this kind of situation. Yang Fan calmed down, thinking about the fight between the two of them just now. They did not seem like enemies, but more like lovers who had quarreled. He also felt somewhat embarrassed. Seeing her lying on the ground, as if she had been wronged, he said, "Since you are fine, then, I'll go back." If Yang Fan did not leave, even if he beat her to death, Taiping was determined not to get up. As soon as she heard what he said, she snapped, "Get lost. Quickly get lost. The person I don't want to see the most right now is you." Yang Fan readily followed her advice and said, "Since that's the case, then, Yang Fan will take his leave. If I have offended you in any way, I hope your highness will forgive me." Princess Taiping's face was as red as fire. She said coquettishly, "Get lost. Quickly get lost. Get lost as far as possible." Yang Fan had achieved his goal. He did not mind her extremely exasperated look. He raised his hand to salute and walked out of the pavilion. Princess Taiping did not dare to raise her head, until his footsteps gradually went far away and finally could not be heard any more. Then she gently raised her head. "You little sweetheart," Princess Taiping faintly called out. Her voice suddenly became choked with sobs. 2 lines of tears flowed down her cheeks. About an hour after Yang Fan left Princess Taiping's mansion, a servant of the Princess Taiping's mansion also quietly left. He slowly turned to Bay City, chatted with the manager of a wholesale meat store for a long time, and then left with the delivery cart of the store. This time, he went to Guanglu Temple. Guanglu Temple was the yamen in charge of food and wine, all things such as offering sacrifices, banquets, wine, and food were all handled by Guanglu Temple. Guanglu Temple was responsible for the food tributes that were regularly provided to the imperial court. They were also responsible for the purchase of food ingredients for the tens of thousands of people in the imperial palace. Guanglu Temple had a pastoral bureau, and there was also a dairy factory in Longmen Mountain, which provided milk and dairy products for the imperial family. When Guanglu Temple was buying all kinds of food ingredients, there was a lot of profit to be made. In addition, they were imperial envoys. When they went to the shops in the capital, it was common for them to squeeze the merchant. Therefore, this yamen was full of profit. Song Jixuan, one of the Sansi 5 dogs, was the minister of Guanglu Temple. Guanglu Temple had one Guanglu Temple minister, 2 Shaoqing, and 1 minister of Guanglu Temple. Song Jixuan was the minister of Guanglu Temple, and he was the link between the previous and the next, so he had the most money. But people were not satisfied. Those without an official position wanted power, those with money wanted an official position, and Song Jixuan also wanted to go further, so he turned to Wu Sansi. Song Jixuan's calligraphy and painting were quite good, and his brother, Song Jiwen, was a famous poet in the early Tang dynasty. Although the 2 brothers were talented, their moral integrity was lacking. They both fawned over the nobles and did whatever it took to get promoted. After Princess Taiping began to develop her own power, she found that this person could be bribed, so she asked Li Yi to deliberately be kind to him. Although Song Jixuan turned to Wu Sansi, he was also worried that if Wu Sansi could not win the title of crown prince, then all his efforts would be in vain. In order to leave a way out for himself, he became Princess Taiping's secret henchman, serving Wu Sansi and obeying Princess Taiping at the same time. The servant of Princess Taiping's mansion rushed to Guanglu Temple, and quietly saw Song Jixuan. After a few words, he quietly left. Song Jixuan sat in the recording room and carefully pondered for a while, then he called a few of his trusted subordinates and asked some questions. He made up his mind. Then he got up and left Guanglu Temple, going straight to Liang Palace. Chapter 319. Song Jixuan's expression immediately changed when he saw King Liang. King Liang, something terrible has happened. Wu Sansi was shocked to see him like this. He hurriedly asked, "Why are you panicking?" Song Jixuan said, "This lowly official has always been in charge of the imperial family's banquets and food." Wu Sansi said impatiently, "I know. Hurry up and tell me what it is." Song Jixuan said, "Understood. Today, the minister invited Zhou Xing and a few of the imperial family's scions to a banquet. While they were drunk, this lowly official's men happened to overhear. The minister Song Jixuan was referring to was Wu Chengxi. Wu Chengxi was the oldest male in the Wu clan, so it was only natural that he would take on the position of minister. The minister was an official who was in charge of the internal affairs of the imperial family. He could be a member of the imperial family, or he could be a relative of the imperial family by marriage. He could even be a minister with a different surname. However, the position was usually held by a senior member of the imperial family, and most of them were prominent officials of the imperial court. Wu Chengxi was the minister of the current Great Zhou Empire. The scions that Song Jixuan mentioned were naturally the scions of the Wu clan, and not the Li clan. Wu Sansi was shocked when he heard Song Jixuan's words. Song Jixuan had told him that Wu Chengxi had been drinking with a few of his trusted subordinates, and that he had revealed his next step. However, he hadn't noticed that a minor official from the Guanglu Temple, who had come to deliver the imperial wine, hadn't left yet. This minor official was Song Jixuan's trusted aide. Song Jixuan said. After getting drunk, Wu Chengxi had proudly declared that the Li faction had been utterly defeated by him, and that the imperial court still needed hundreds of officials to maintain order. If they continued to fight, the emperor might step in to stop them. Thus, it would be better to let the Li faction go and deal with King Liang instead. He wants Zhou Xing to fabricate evidence to implicate Wu Sansi's faction and label them as rebels. Now that the officials supporting Li Sansi are greatly weakened, they can only protect themselves and can't do anything to him. As long as Wu Sansi is defeated, the Son of Heaven will have no choice but to make him the crown prince. When he becomes the emperor, he will not mistreat those loyal to him. This Song Ji Sun imitated Wu Qingxi's tone and phrasing to perfection. In order to gain Wu Sansi's trust, he even made up a list of rewards for Wu Qingxi after he ascended to the throne. For example, Zhou Xing would be the prime minister, Qiu Shenji would be the great general, and many other royal titles would be conferred to the children of the royal family. The Wu clan's nephews that he listed were all close to Wu Qingxi. When Wu Sansi heard Song Jixuan's secret report, his eyes immediately suffused with a murderous glint. He said viciously, "This prince hasn't taken care of him yet, but he has the idea of targeting this prince first. Good. I really want to see who will be able to defeat who. I will immediately enter the palace to see the emperor. Guards! Guards! Bring Yi in." Song Jixuan hurriedly stopped him and said, "Your Highness, Wei Wang had just instructed Zhou Xing to frame you today." When this lowly official arrived, they were still drinking. How would they be able to produce enough evidence to overthrow your Highness so quickly? Now that it's almost dusk, if your Highness hurriedly enters the palace at this time with witnesses, the commotion will not be small. How would your Highness know that Wei Wang does not have eyes and ears in the palace? Once he is on guard, or draws a clear line between himself and Qiu Shenji, then. So this matter must be carried out in secret. Oh, Wu Sansi pondered for a long time before nodding his head heavily. He said, What you said makes sense. Then this prince will endure for one more night." Wu Sansi said to Song Jixuan, "This time, it was all thanks to you. Otherwise, this prince would have suffered a great loss from Wu Qingxi. Don't worry, this great merit, this prince will remember it. In the future, when this prince becomes the crown prince, you will definitely not be lacking in benefits." Shangguan Wan'er, Little Hai, and the other eunuchs and palace maids stood silently in front of the martial achievement hall. After a long time, Little Hai quietly approached Shangguan Wan'er and said in a low voice, waiting to be controlled, "King Liang is so secretive. What could possibly happen?" Ever since the word Zhao had offended Wu Zetian's name, the imperial court had changed the word Zhao to Ji. Shangguan Wai Zhao naturally became Shangguan Wai Ji. Shangguan Wan'er glanced at him and said indifferently, "When working before the emperor, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't listen to what you shouldn't hear, and don't know what you shouldn't know even if you do know." "Yes, your Highness." Little Hai lowered his head and quietly retreated. Shangguan Wan'er thought to herself, "The situation in the imperial court is extremely grim. For Wu Sansi to request an audience with the emperor at a time like this, and to make a secret memorial at that, I fear that the storm in the imperial court will become even more dangerous. In any case, Lang Jun is only a general in charge of the palace's security. No matter what happens, my Erlang won't be implicated. At a time like this, I should be even more careful so that I don't get dragged into this mess and make Erlang worry for me." Just as Shangguan Wan'er was thinking these things, Wu Zetian's somewhat austere voice came from the hall. "Wan'er." Shangguan Wan'er was startled. She hurriedly replied, "Your subject is here." She immediately rushed into the hall and saw Wu Sansi bowing in front of Wu Zetian. The lotus and phoenix porcelain bowl in front of Wu Zetian had already fallen onto the carpet in front of the table. The bowl didn't break, but the lid was broken in half. Shangguan Wan'er had rarely seen Wu Zetian lose her composure like this. She was even more startled. She hurriedly bowed and stood still. Wu Zetian said, "Have the inner guards and the 100 horsemen each send 10 people to follow Wu Sansi back to his residence to bring one person back to the palace to see me." Shangguan Wan'er was bewildered, but her face was still calm and indifferent. She replied, "Yes, your Highness." Wu Zetian said, "Summon Lu Shurda and Lai Junchen to the palace to see your Highness." "Yes, your Highness." Although Lu Shirda spent most of his time at the border as a high-ranking military official, he also had his own residence in Luojing. His residence was in Shishan Square. It was considered a pair of close neighbors with Yang Fan of Shishan Square. Pass down the decree. Wu Yi will take over the defense of the Nine Gate. Li Duozhua will take over the defense of the palace. The inner guards and the dragon guards are to immediately assemble and await orders. Without Zhen's personally written edict and the tiger seal, they are not to act rashly. Yes, Your Highness. This time, Shangguan Wan Er's voice finally became nervous. Seeing that Wu Zetian had no other instructions, Shangguan Wan hurriedly turned and left. Wu Sanxi bowed to Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian waved her hand and he followed Shangguan Wan out. After they all left, there was only Wu Zetian left in the hall. Wu Zetian's face was full of fatigue. Even the most outstanding female ornament official could not use exquisite makeup to conceal her aged appearance. She was silent for a long time. In a low voice, she shouted, "Guards!" There was originally no one in the hall. All the attendants had been driven out when Wu Sanxi reported the secret. But as soon as Wu Zetian's voice fell, 4 people suddenly came out from behind 2 pillars. They were dressed in martial attire and carried swords on their shoulders. They stood solemnly in front of her. Wu Zetian ordered, "Secretly control the residences of Wu Qingxi, Qiu Shenji, and Zhou Xing. If there are any suspicious movements, kill them on the spot." The 4 warriors in martial attire with swords on their backs bowed to her. Without a word, they turned around and disappeared again. Shanghai Wana personally arranged for Huang Xuchang, Zhang Shidong, and 10 other warriors of the 100 Cavalry, as well as Gao Ying, Lan Yiqing, and 10 other female guards to follow Wu Sanxi back to fetch the people. When these 20 fully armed people arrived in front of them, Wu Sanxi cupped his hands towards Shanghai Wana and said with a smile, "You are welcome." Shanghai Wana looked at their backs as they hurriedly left. Her heart was uneasy. Ever since she came to be by Wu Zetian's side, she had never seen Wu Zetian so cautious. She still did not know what had happened, but she knew that something major must have happened. Being in the middle of it all, how could she not be on guard? Shanghai Wana was about to go back and reply to Wu Zetian. She had not gone far when she saw Yang Fan leading a group of Yulin guards hurriedly walking over. The 2 of them bumped into each other. Under the watchful eyes of the public, they could not reveal their personal relationship. Yang Fan stopped and respectfully bowed to her. Shanghai Wana waved her hand and the 4 little servants behind her immediately retreated a few steps. Seeing this, Yang Fan hurried forward a few steps and walked to her side. Wana said in a low voice, "You brought so many people, what are you going to do?" Yang Fan said, "Wu Yi ordered to strengthen the security in the palace. He told me to bring people to the armory to move the crossbows and fortify the palace." As Yang Fan said this, he showed her a talisman given by Wu Yi. The palace defense of the palace was usually only equipped with close-range weapons. They were not allowed to distribute bows and arrows or heavy crossbows. These things were stored in the armory and could not be used unless there was an order. But at this moment, they actually wanted to take out the bed crossbows and other heavy long-range weapons to equip the palace defense. Yang Fan knew that something big must have happened. For them to be so nervous, could it be that someone was plotting a rebellion? Shangguan Wan could see the confusion in his eyes. She shook her head lightly and said, "I don't know what happened either. Today, Wu Sanxi suddenly asked to see everyone and asked everyone to leave. After that, everyone gave a series of orders." Shanghai Wana revealed the edict that Wu Zetian had issued to Yang Fan. She said with concern, "Something big must have happened. Strengthening the palace defense should also be a precautionary measure. I don't think anyone would dare to attack the palace. Lang Jun only needs to follow the orders. Do not slack off and be punished by the emperor." "Don't worry. Then I will go now." "Yes, Lang Jun, be careful." Shanghai Wana watched as Yang Fan led the group of soldiers to the armory in Jia City. She also turned and returned to Wu Qing Hall. Yang Fan originally did not know what had happened. But when Shanghai Wanner told him about the edict from Wu Zetian, he naturally understood what had happened. Wu Sanxi had indeed made a move. Wu Qingxi was the prime minister, prince, and minister of the imperial court. He had many henchmen in the palace and court. Qiu Shenji also controlled the tens of thousands of soldiers stationed in Mengjin. Since they were going to move against them, it was not surprising that Wu Zetian had made such arrangements in advance. What method did Taiping use? This woman is really… As Yang Fan walked, he thought of Princess Taiping and could not help but admire her. The current emperor was a heroine, but her two sons, the current crown prince and the prince of Luling of Fangzhou, were said to be very mediocre and cowardly. Who would have thought that they would give birth to such an amazing daughter? In front of others, she was a graceful and noble princess of the Tang dynasty. Behind the scenes, she was a strategic and resourceful female Zhuge. But why is it that in front of me, she is like an unsatisfied woman in her boudoir, always thinking about sex? Yang Fan's face twitched a few times. He remembered that every time he met Princess Taiping, no matter what important things they talked about, they would always end up talking about love. He could not help but not know whether to laugh or cry. Shanghai Wanner hurried back to Wu Qing Hall. Seeing Little Hai standing respectfully by the door, she asked, "Has the edict been passed down?" Little Hai said, "I did not dare to delay. I have passed it down." Wu Zetian heard the conversation from inside the hall. She raised her voice and said, "Wanner, you're back? Come in." Wanner did not dare to be negligent and quickly walked into the hall. She saw Wu Zetian, who was usually in high spirits and full of energy, sitting there listlessly. Her eyes were wandering, like an old woman with one foot in the grave. She could not help but be surprised. Wu Zetian's eyes moved slightly and fixed on Wanner's face. She mournfully said, "The emperor is really alone. Who in the world can be trusted?" Chapter 320. In Wanner's eyes, Wu Zetian was always the one with the pearl of wisdom in her hands and full of confidence. She had a tough personality that caused everyone in the world to shrink back. She had never seen her so haggard and so sad. Shanghai Wanner panicked and hurriedly said, "Everyone." Wu Zetian gently shook her head and said in a low voice, "Wanner, do you think Wei Fangji, Sun Zhangqian, and the others are really planning a rebellion?" How could Wanner answer this question? She could not express her opinion. She could only quietly say, "Wanner is stupid." Ha ha! Wu Zetian laughed a few times, and there was a rare hint of benevolence in her laughter. "Child, you're not stupid. You're just too smart, so you don't want to get involved in this matter. It is a pity that there are too few smart people in this world and too many stupid people. Or perhaps it is because they are too greedy. They want more, so it is hard to avoid doing stupid things. Wei Fangji is like this, Sun Zhangqian is like this, Wu Sanxi is like this. Although their goals are different, what is the difference between them?" Wanner lowered her head and felt a bit panicked. The emperor was willing to confide in you. This was an honor, but knowing too many of the emperor's secrets was not a good thing. The emperor's weakness was only temporary. She needed to maintain her mysteriousness and strength in front of everyone. At that time, the people who knew her true colors would become a thorn in her side. However, Wu Zetian did not have any intention of stopping. She probably had too many secrets buried in her heart. Her emotions had been suppressed for too long. She needed someone to talk to. Wu Zetian did not wait for Wanner's reply. She continued, "Maybe. They are not planning a rebellion. But they are not of the same mind as the Wu family. This is for sure. Otherwise, why would Qingxi attack them? If I am still here, they cannot do anything. If I am not here, at that time, what will they do? There is no act of rebellion, but there is the intention to rebel. Perhaps this intention has not yet germinated, and even they do not know it, but the root of this rebellion has long been buried deep in their hearts. They are only waiting for me to grow old, waiting for me to return to heaven." When Shanghai Wanner heard this, she couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that everyone has decided to pass the throne to the Wu clan? Wu Zetian saw her expression and couldn't help but smile. "No. I haven't made up my mind yet. The reason I haven't made up my mind yet is because there isn't a single person in the younger generation of my Wu clan that I can rest assured of and satisfy." She sighed and said, "However, I hope that no matter what decision I make, it will be up to me to decide. A loyal official should only follow the orders of the emperor. When the emperor is alive, he should be loyal to the emperor. When the emperor is dead, he should serve the emperor appointed by the emperor with all his might. It is not up to them to influence me and choose a suitable crown prince. They had crossed the line. Therefore, their deaths are not to be regretted." At the beginning, Wu Zetian's tone was still low, but as she spoke, it became more and more impassioned. Wanner's head drooped even lower. Wu Zetian was silent for a moment, then her voice became low again. "Something happened to Wei Fangji, Zhangqian, Zongqinka, and Fu Yi. There are some people who do not approve of a woman like me becoming the emperor. If they are only saying strange things behind my back and ridiculing me, then let them be. I am not afraid of others talking about it. However, the one who said this is the Prime Minister, so I cannot ignore it. These people, even if they do not rebel today, they are only afraid of my power. What will they do when I grow old and weak, and can no longer see things? One can imagine. There are some people who support me as the emperor, but what is the reason for their support?" Wu Zetian's voice carried a trace of bitterness. "I thought that they would be loyal to me, right? But that is not the case. They only want to climb higher, become more officials, and get more money." Wu Zetian slapped the table and angrily said, "The Zhou dynasty that I built with my own hands. The civil and military officials in the court are either plotting and plotting, waiting for me to die early so that I can restore Li Tang's empire, or they are corrupt, selling official titles, and now they are the so-called loyal officials who are destroying my empire. My Zhou dynasty, there are so many loyal officials. Some are digging my grave right now, and some are patiently waiting to dig my grave in the future. Tell me, with so many loyal officials, if I don't kill them, when will I do it?" Everyone, Wanner heard the sadness and helplessness in Wu Zetian's voice, but she only softly called out, not knowing how to comfort her. Wu Zetian gently closed her eyes. After a moment of silence, she quietly said, "Greedy, selling official titles, if that is all, then it is fine. But there are still some loyal officials who, in order to control the military and become the crown prince, betrayed my empire and invited the wolf into the house. Everyone is saying? Lu Shurda is very diligent in governing the western region. With him, I do not need to worry too much about the western region. Qiushenji, in order to get rid of this stumbling block, controlled hundreds of thousands of elite troops and leaked the secret to the Turks, inviting the enemy to invade my empire." "Wanner, ah!" she softly exclaimed. On the contrary, Wu Zetian was still calm, probably because she had just vented her anger, as if she was talking about something unrelated. At this time, Xiao Hai suddenly appeared at the door and carefully said, "Everyone, King Di requests an audience." Wu Zetian slowly sat back on the table and ordered, "Invite the King Di in." By this time, her face had miraculously recovered its former composure, confidence, loftiness, and nobility. The higher one's status, the more masks they wore, living under a mask for the rest of their lives. The high and mighty emperor wore no fewer masks than they did. "Subject Di Renjia greets your majesty." Di Renjia held a bag in his hand, his expression grave. Di Renjia saw the prime ministers go to jail one after another and became anxious. But now, he was riding on the back of a tiger, unable to advance or retreat. Zhou Xing greatly expanded the prison. Every prisoner he caught was subjected to indiscriminate torture, forcing criminals to accuse even more officials. Perhaps within a few days, he would be accused of being an accomplice in the rebellion. The emperor's attitude towards this was rather warm, as if he was indulging in it. De Rengie could not even protect himself, so how could he save his colleagues? Helplessly, de Rengie could only use the bag of evidence that Yang Fan had given him about Qiu Shenji framing Blacktooth Changji. He knew that Wu Qingxi was powerful at the moment, and it would be difficult for this evidence to implicate Wu Qingxi. Qiu Shenji might even find some excuse of misbelieving others or wrong judgment to absolve himself. Now was not the best time to use this evidence, but it was the only weapon he could use at the moment. He no longer hoped to use this evidence to bring down Wu Qingxi. Now, he only hoped to use this case to shift the focus of the court's attention to this matter, thus cooling down the current heated political struggle. But no matter what, he did not expect that Wu Sanxi would present another piece of evidence against Qiu Shenji today. And that was something the emperor could not tolerate no matter what: to attack a political enemy, to betray the emperor's country. Wu Zetian calmly finished looking at the evidence, gently put it to the side, and gently closed her eyes. Wu Zetian's behavior was beyond de Rengie's expectations. De Rengie couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty." Wu Zetian raised her hand to stop him and said in a low voice, "I know. I will let Lai Junqian investigate this matter. I am very tired now. You can leave first." When de Rengie heard that he would let Lai Junqian investigate, he knew that Wu Zetian believed at least 70% of the evidence, which saved him a lot of trouble. He knew that Qiu Shenji was a confidant cultivated and promoted by Wu Zetian, and he trusted him very much. Every time Wu Zetian went out, it was Qiu Shenji who was responsible for the important guard duty. Originally, he was worried that it would take a lot of effort to get the emperor to accept this evidence, so he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Your Majesty, take care of yourself." After de Rengie left, Wu Zetian smiled as if she had lost something. She said to Wan "I am old. Without your help, I don't have the energy to deal with the affairs of the state. Haha, Shui Huai wrote the great cloud scripture and said that I am a Buddha, but I am a Buddha. I don't have 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes to see everything in the world and manage everyone in the world. I also don't have a pair of eyes to see the hearts of the people in the world. My eyes, ears, and feet are the civil and military officials, but the civil and military officials are not of the same mind as me. What do you think I should do?" Wan lowered her head and didn't speak. Wu Zetian slowly stood up with a cold smile on her lip. She said coldly, "Then, I will use human blood to wash their hearts. I will see if their hearts are black or red." That voice was like metal and stone, with a hint of murderous intent. Yian was secretly brought from Wu Sanxi's residence to the palace. Yian's days in the Liang Palace were not bad, except that he couldn't have freedom. Every day he ate, slept, and ate. His meals were provided according to the standards of the Liang Palace's second steward. After a period of time, he had actually grown fat. Fortunately, his appearance had not changed. Lu Shirda had personally interrogated him 3 times, so he was still able to recognize him when he saw him. When Wu Zetian saw Lu Shirda looking at Yian in shock, she said, "Minister Lu?" Lu Shirda came to his senses and hurriedly turned around. "Your Majesty, this person is the Turkic spy that escaped from this subject's main army camp?" Wu Zetian said, "Minister Lu, you are not mistaken?" Lu Shirda said without hesitation, "This subject is definitely not mistaken." Wu Zetian slowly nodded and smiled. "Good. I have troubled my beloved minister. Go back to the residence and rest." Lu Shirda had been inexplicably summoned to the palace today. On the way back, he had been anxious and worried, thinking that something had happened to him. This was because far too many officials had been inexplicably thrown into prison recently, and he had never imagined that he had been summoned to the palace to identify a criminal. Now that the criminal's identity had been confirmed, the emperor had immediately told him to leave. Although Lu Shirda was rather surprised, he glanced at the calm Lai Junqian, who had been standing solemnly at the side this entire time. He said nothing, only deeply clasped his hands, and then left the hall. Lai Junchen had coldly watched from the sidelines. He knew that someone was about to suffer, but he wasn't sure who it was. When he had seen Lu Shurda enter the hall, he had believed that the guest he was about to receive was Lu Shurda. Thus, he had been observing this fat man for a long time, wondering what torture tools he should use to make the best use of his fat. Now that Lu Shurda had left, Lai Junchen immediately restrained the bloodthirst in his eyes and respectfully and eagerly said to his master, "Your Majesty, what orders do you have for this subject?" Chapter 321. Wu Zetian muttered to herself for a long time without saying a word. Lai Junchen looked down, cupped his hands, and waited patiently. In the two corners of the hall, two bronze cranes blew out smoke. Wanner stood gracefully by the table. She was like the bronze cranes, elegant, demure, and natural. After a long time, Wu Zetian slowly said, "The general of the left, Qiu Shenji, and the minister of justice, Zhou Xing, failed to unite. They have rebellious intentions, slandered good people, and bribed them like mountains. They are traitors of the country. Arrest them immediately. We must get concrete evidence to make them bow their heads and confess to the law." "Your subject obeys." Wu Zetian continued, "We have sealed off the news. They are still unaware of the case. Qiu Shenji is now in the Mengjin military camp. You are a civil official and should not appear. We order Wu Yi to lead the Yulin guards to arrest them. The inner guards and dragon guards will suppress the Jin guards. When the criminals are caught, you will take over. Zhou Xing is now in the Ministry of Justice. Go and arrest him. We will order the Yulin guards to help you." "Yes," Lai Junchen excitedly agreed. Seeing that Wu Zetian had no other orders, he bowed and slowly retreated. Wu Zetian raised her voice and said, "Come." Eunuch Hai bowed and appeared by the door. Wu Zetian said, "Go to the Hall of Governmental Affairs and summon Li Zhaoda." Eunuch Hai nodded and was about to leave when Wu Zetian said, "Wait." Eunuch Hai stood still. Wu Zetian thought for a moment and said, "After you go to the Hall of Governmental Affairs to pass on the edict, go to the D Manor and tell the elders that He Qi Changji's injustice. We will clear his name sooner or later." Sooner or later. Shangguan Wanner's intelligent eyes quickly glanced at Wu Zetian and then quickly lowered them. She still looked calm and composed. Wu Zetian sighed and reached out to pick up the small porcelain bowl of fermented rice. Seeing this, Wanner hurriedly took the bottle of fermented rice and wanted to fill it for her. Wu Zetian shook her head and slowly drank the rest of the sweet wine in her bowl. She sighed softly and said, "Are you wondering why I want to arrest them for treason?" Wanner said obediently, "Everyone is wise and far-sighted. You are like the rising sun, shining everywhere. There must be a deep meaning behind this. Wanner doesn't understand the reason behind it, so I don't dare to assume your Majesty's intention." Wu Zetian sighed and said in a low voice, "We intend to use 2 years to recover Anxi, and this is precisely the time when we need to use the 100,000 mighty soldiers of the western regions. How can we let the world know that our most trusted great general has framed the illustrious Blacktooth Changji of the western regions? How can I let the world know that my most trusted general gave the secret military secrets to foreign enemies and led the bandits to invade the pass? How can we let the soldiers know that the generals of the court are scheming against their commander-in-chief and stabbing them in the back?" Wu Zetian smiled bitterly and said, 2 months ago, Qiu Shenji had just been bestowed the imperial surname because of his loyalty and diligence in his work. Today we will arrest him for treason. This is his disloyalty, and it is also because we did not understand people well. But it is only because we did not understand people well. At the very least, the hearts of the soldiers of the 3 armies will not turn cold and lose their trust in the imperial court. Remember, before the 4 garrisons of Anxi are recovered, the truth of Blacktooth Changji's case must be sealed. He will have to bear this injustice for a while longer. Yes. Shangguan Wan'er deeply bowed. Li Zhaoda received Little Hai's message and immediately hurried to the Martial Achievement Hall. When Di Renjia left, he had already told Li Zhaoda that he had reported the evidence against Wu Qingxi to the Son of Heaven, so Li Zhaoda was already mentally prepared. When he heard that the Emperor had summoned him, he knew that it had to do with Wu Qingxi. Li Zhaoda arrived at the Martial Achievement Hall. After Wu Zetian gave him a seat, she calmly explained to him the matter of Qiushengji and Zhou Xing rebelling. She then said, "These two have always been close to the Prince of Wei. Perhaps the Prince of Wei is not involved in this matter, but the fact that these two have rebelled due to the Prince of Wei's indulgence in their actions. What does your Highness think?" Li Zhaoda was inwardly delighted at these words. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, the Prince of Wei is your Majesty's nephew and also an imperial prince. As an imperial prince, it is not appropriate for him to meddle in political affairs. Since ancient times, even though the emperors were father and son, they still tried to usurp the throne. Thus, even though he is the crown prince, he is not the ruler and cannot meddle in political affairs. Moreover, what if your Majesty and the Prince of Wei are only nephew and aunt? The current crown prince still abides by his duties as the crown prince, but the Prince of Wei is able to meddle in important matters. How can your Majesty's throne be secure? Even if the Prince of Wei has no ambition, those officials close to him will also develop ambition in order to seek a greater future. Moreover, your Majesty has just said that Zhou Xing and Qiushengji have rebelled due to the prince's favor and power. Then, will the Prince of Wei not rebel due to the prince's favor and power?" Wu Zetian happily said, "Prime Minister Li's words are in line with Zhen's intentions. How about this? You can submit a memorial, stating the pros and cons of the prince's meddling in politics. Zhen will make a decision." Li Zhaoda bowed and said, "This subject obeys." Receiving the edict, Yang Fan immediately rushed to the censorate to see Lai Junchen. He had long heard of Lai Junchen's great name, but the difference in status between the two was great. Yang Fan had only recently been promoted to Lang General and had not had the opportunity to meet him. Yang Fan brought his men and rushed to the censorate. The people from the censorate's yamen reported in. When Lai Junchen heard that the Yulin guards had arrived, he immediately summoned him in. At this moment, Lai Junchen was sitting upright behind his desk, slowly stroking his beard and thinking about Zhou Xing's matter. After repeatedly speculating on Wu Zetian's words, he already understood that the emperor had the intention to kill Qiushengji and Zhou Xing. These two people were doomed. However, it seemed that the emperor would be lenient towards the Wu clansmen. Perhaps there would be punishment, but it would definitely be for other reasons. He would not allow the Wu clansmen to be branded as rebels. This point must be taken into consideration. He could not involve the Wu clansmen. Wu Yi had already brought men to capture Qiushengji. Lai Junchen was not worried about Qiushengji. Even if he was an experienced general, once he entered the prison, he would not have to worry about him not confessing obediently. After all, a man of steel was made of flesh and blood. He could withstand the torture of his torture tools. However, he did not have that much confidence in dealing with Zhou Xing. He had dealt with so many criminals, but he had never encountered an expert like him who was proficient in torture and litigation. Zhou Xing was the first. This person's experience in torture and interrogation was no less than his own. It would be more troublesome to deal with someone like him. Moreover, the emperor clearly wanted to end this quickly and did not wish for this matter to drag on for too long. How could he make Zhou Xing lower his head as soon as possible? Lai Junchen pondered for a long time. Suddenly, a plan came to his mind, and he could not help but reveal a proud smile. Not only did he think of a way to deal with Zhou Xing, he even thought of a way to use this case to implicate Yang Fan, whom he had always wanted to get rid of. Yang Fan was only a Lang general. In such a shocking case, he could only be considered a small fry. Killing him would not even cause a ripple. Even though Princess Taiping, King Liang, Shui Huai, and the others were on friendly terms with him, it was likely that they would not dare to get involved in a rebellion. In addition, he had to implicate this person through Zhou Xing and Qiu Shenji. When the time came, even if Shui Huai and the others were dissatisfied, they could only assume that Qiu Shenji and the others were using this opportunity to frame their political enemies. Lai Junchen had no grudges with Yang Fan, and it was impossible for the two of them to have anything to do with each other in the first place. Who would suspect him? Once Yang Fan was killed and the case was over, he could get the charming and lovely young lady. How could people like Shui Huai and Princess Taiping know about it? Lai Junchen couldn't help but chuckle when he thought of this. Yang Fan stood in front of his desk and looked curiously at this deputy imperial censor. He recognized Lai Junchen as soon as he saw him. Yang Fan had never expected that the customer he had met in his own shop the other day would actually be the illustrious Lai Junchen. He did not understand what could make such a dignified and elegant high-ranking official, sitting in a court with a mirror hanging high above, laugh so proudly. Moreover, there was even a hint of wretchedness in his smile. However, this was clearly not the time to reminisce about old times. Moreover, even if the two of them had met once, there was nothing for them to talk about. Yang Fan coughed, interrupting Lai Junchen's fantasies. He said in a clear voice, "Left Lang General of the Featherwood Guard, Yang Fan, has been ordered to await Deputy Imperial Censor Lai's orders." Only then did Lai Junchen realize that the men of the Featherwood Guard had already arrived. He was startled and said without thinking, This official already has an idea. Against Zhou Xing, we can only defeat him through wits and not by force. General, you..." At this point, Lai Junchen suddenly realized something and couldn't help but cry out involuntarily, "Yang Fan?" Yang Fan mused. Why is he making such a big fuss about nothing? Could it be that he has seen me striking the bow and heard of my name? Yang Fan thought for a moment, then he bowed and said, "It is indeed this lowly general." Lai Junchen composed himself and quickly regained his composure. He said, Lang General Yang, this official has just thought about it. Zhou Xing is a crafty and cunning person. It is admittedly easy to capture him, but to make him confess is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, this official has come up with a plan that can defeat him through wits and without the use of force. Therefore, I'm afraid there is no need for you to make a move. Yang Fan said, "His Majesty has ordered this general to obey the Deputy Imperial Censor's arrangements. The Deputy Imperial Censor does not need to use force, and this general will naturally obey. However, this general has come under Imperial orders to ensure that nothing unexpected happens during the capture of Zhou Xing. Therefore, this general will have to wait for the Deputy Imperial Censor to capture Zhou Xing before replying to the Imperial Edict." Lai Junchen smiled. "Of course. In that case, may General arrange for your men to be stationed behind the folding screens on the left and right side of the second hall. After this official has imprisoned Zhou Xing, it will not be too late for me to reply to the Imperial Edict." Yang Fan smiled. "Since this is the case, this general will obey." Yang Fan left the main hall and led the 30 bright tigers he brought with him to the second hall. Lai Junchen waited for him to leave and clapped his hands 3 times. A bailiff appeared at the bottom of the hall. Lai Junchen ordered, "Pass down the order for a banquet to be held at the second hall. Also, bring my name card and go to the Ministry of Justice to invite Minister Zhou here." The bailiff acknowledged and left. Lai Junchen's eyebrows are deeply locked together again. Qiu Shenji and Zhou Xing are doomed. The problem is that Lai Junchen does not know what crimes the two of them have committed to be punished by the Son of Heaven. However, he can be sure that the Son of Heaven has ordered him to judge the two of them for treason. It is obviously to conceal their true crimes. The Emperor has sent Yang Fan to assist him in carrying out his mission. It is obvious that he does not believe that Yang Fan is an accomplice of the two of them. Moreover, he does not know what crimes the two of them have committed. Under such circumstances, to rashly implicate Yang Fan is truly risky. If the Son of Heaven asks, his answer is full of loopholes and he will end up making a fool of himself. Thinking of this, Li Junchen sighed with deep regret. He has no choice but to give up this great opportunity to kill his husband and steal his wife, and continue to patiently search for a better opportunity. Chapter 322. Meng Jin, the encampment of the Jinwu Guards. On the drill ground, the soldiers were playing with stone dumbbells and practicing their bows. It was very lively. In the middle of the field, there was a large group of generals. In the middle of the crowd, there was a man wearing arrow sleeves who was practicing his spear. This man was burly and his hair was slightly white. He was already in his 50s, but his body was still strong and strong. He advanced and retreated as steady as a rock and moved like a cunning rabbit. It was a breathtaking sight. That great spear, in this person's hand, thrust horizontally, cut downwards, flick upwards, stab in the middle, block outwards, and grab inwards, all of these movements were vigorous and powerful. It was just one person and one spear, but within a radius of 5 zhang, it seemed as if nothing else could be contained. As the saying goes, charging and breaking through enemy lines is like breathing deeply, beheading generals and troops is like a golden rooster nodding its head, blocking horses and shooting arrows is like a dazzling spear flower. The spectating generals were all experts in this field. Seeing this old general using the spear, each time he reached the most exquisite point, they all shouted out in unison, "Cheers!" This man used block, take, lift, push, shake, and entangle. The spear in his hand was like a wheel, and the tip of the spear was like snow. Suddenly, his body was like a mountain, and with the spear in his hand, he had the aura of one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. This man was the great general of the Jinwu Guards, Qiushenji. Thunderous cheers erupted from all around. Qiushenji threw the spear to one of his soldiers, and another soldier immediately passed him a towel. Qiushenji wiped the sweat on his face and said to the spectating generals, "Whether it is fists, legs, or weapons, there is a fixed stance when practicing, but there is no fixed stance when using it. The stance is the way to die. If you keep it in your heart, you will not be able to move freely. If you meet an expert, you will suffer greatly," Lieutenant General Zheng Shuliang said. "Great General is right. Although this logic is clear, how many people can have such attainments like Great General?" Qiushenji laughed. "If you used half of your flattery skills, you would also be able to have this old man's spear skills." The generals all laughed when they heard this. Zheng Shuliang was Qiushenji's confidant and did not feel embarrassed when he was ridiculed. Instead, he was pleased with himself as if he was proud of it. At this time, a man came running from afar. Because horses were not allowed in the camp, this man ran like the wind. Under the scorching sun, he was sweating profusely. Grand General, the Dragon Martial Guard's Great General Li Sun and the Inner Guard's Great General Wu Yuji are training their troops and passing by the campsite of our Jinwu Guards. The Forbidden Army was the main force protecting the imperial capital. In order to maintain the strength of this force, not only did the imperial court take turns mobilizing them to participate in the border battles, but it was also common for them to train the troops and practice military tactics. Thus, Qiushenji did not find it strange at all. These two generals were loyal to the Wu clan, and Wu Yuji was a member of the Wu clan. They were very familiar with each other. Since they passed by, Qiushenji couldn't ignore them. Hearing this, he quickly said, "Li Sun and Wu Yuji are here? Wait for this old man to meet them." Qiushenji hurried to the gate. His subordinates had already brought the horses over. Qiushenji leaped onto the horse and led a dozen of his subordinates to gallop away. In the distance, he could see the Dragon Rider Guard cavalry and the Inner Guard infantry forming a long line, hurrying along the official road. Qiushenji saw the Li and Wu flags side by side and immediately urged his horse to welcome them. When he got closer, he saw Li Sun and Wu Yuji side by side. They were riding on their war horses, leisurely chatting as they walked. Seeing Qiu Shenji rushing over, the advancing troops immediately opened up a path. Wu Yuji and Li Sun also reined in their war horses. Qiu Shenji slowed down his horse to welcome them and laughed. Since the two of you are passing by this Qiu's territory, why didn't you send someone to inform me? This Qiu could have prepared a banquet to entertain the two generals. Li Sun and Wu Yuji were both dressed in military attire. Wu Yuji was younger than Li Sun by more than 10 years. He was young and strong and should be in his prime. However, he had been drinking too much recently. Although he was dressed in a heroic military attire, he still looked listless. When Wu Yuji saw Qiu Shenji arrive, he lazily pulled the saddle and dismounted from his horse. In the end, he seemed to be unable to bear the heavy armor and staggered when he landed. Qiu Shenji despised him in his heart, but he still had a friendly smile on his face. He leaped up and landed from his horse. Li Sun was full of smiles as he chatted with him and said, "I have military affairs to attend to. I'm just passing by your territory. How would I dare to trouble great General Qiu? If you want to drink, it's better to wait." As he spoke, he also got down from his horse. However, his movements were slow and a beat slower than Qiu Shenji. Qiu Shenji got down from his horse and stood still. The dozen or so soldiers behind him also got down from their horses. Li Sun suddenly straightened his body and sat back on his horse. His face sank as he shouted, "Take down Qiu Shenji for this marshal." Swoosh! The internal guards on the left and right who were marching with spears seemed to have been prepared. With Li Sun's command, their advancing figures stopped abruptly. They straightened their spears and thrust forward, shouting in unison, "Kill!" A forest of spears surrounded Qiu Shenji and his dozen or so soldiers standing in the middle of the road. The Longwu guards on horseback also moved in response to the command. They all drew their bows and looked down from above, aiming at Qiu Shenji's vital points. At this moment, Ma Qiao, who had been promoted to the commander of the Longwu guards, drew his bow and aimed at Qiu Shenji's chest. He shouted, "Abandon your swords!" Qiu Shenji's expression changed drastically. He said in shock, "Generals, are you joking?" Wu Yuji, who looked like he had drunk too much, yawned weakly and took out a yellow silk scroll from his sleeve. He slowly unrolled it and said, "Sinner Qiu Shenji kneels to receive the imperial edict." At this moment, hundreds of cavalrymen swept towards the camp of the Jinwu guards like a gust of wind. The Jinwu guards on the watchtower shouted from afar, "Halt! Who dares to trespass the camp?" One of the cavalrymen galloped in front. He raised a dazzling golden command talisman and shouted, "The great general of the Yulin Guards is patrolling under the imperial edict. Quickly summon all generals above the rank of brigade commander to the main camp to welcome him." This command talisman was a token passed down from ancient times. The Tang dynasty taboo name of Li Hu, the ancestor of the Li clan, so the tiger talisman was no longer called the tiger talisman, but the fish talisman. Its shape was no longer that of a fierce tiger, but its function was the same. When the winged cavalry arrived at the gate, one of the soldiers guarding the gate welcomed them. After checking that the tiger talisman matched with the Ministry of War, he waved his hand and quickly cleaned up the antlers and barricades before opening the gate. At this moment, more than 100 cavalrymen had already rushed to the gate and swept into the main camp like a gust of wind. That soldier shouted, "Sai! Horses are not allowed in the camp." Before he could finish his sentence, the dust kicked up by the galloping horses buried him. Dong, 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 drums sounded in the main camp of the Jinwu guards. When the generals heard the drums, they didn't dare to be negligent and all neatly dressed and rushed to the main camp. In the main camp, Wu Yi was neatly dressed and full of killing intent. Behind him, 4 junior colonels stood with their hands on their sabers. Another 2 deputy generals stood to his left and right, one holding a fish talisman and the other an imperial edict. Wu Yi stood behind the marshal's desk with one hand on the marshal's seal. Seeing that all the generals had arrived and were standing in the tent like a forest, he raised his voice and shouted, "Men, inspect the fish talisman." The Jinwu Guard's Lieutenant General Zheng Shuliang was Qiu Shenji's confidant and was in charge of the fish talisman on his behalf. At this moment, he anxiously stepped forward and took out the half-fish talisman he was guarding and combined it with Wu Yi's half-fish talisman. The fish talisman fit perfectly. Wu Yi ordered someone to show the combined fish talisman to the generals. He stretched out his right hand and the imperial edict fell into his hand. Wu Yi slowly turned the imperial edict away and coldly swept his gaze across the Jinwu Guard's generals in the hall. He said in a deep voice, "His Majesty's decree." Kung. There were no less than 10 generals in the tent. They all cupped their fists and waited for the imperial edict. Their armors rubbed against each other and a loud king's sound was heard. Wu Yi paused for a while and loudly said, "My men, Qiu Shenji has evil intentions and is plotting against the law. He is hereby removed from his position as the Jinwu Guard's great general. Wu Yi will be in charge of the Jinwu Guard's military affairs. The Jinwu Guards are loyal to the country and have nothing to do with Qiu Shenji. Rest assured. Once the imperial edict arrives, everyone will be rewarded." After Wu Yi finished reading, there was a commotion in the tent. Zheng Shuliang was shocked and angry. He was the first to step out and loudly said, "Great General Qiu is loyal and has no intention of rebelling. Someone must have framed him. I sincerely hope that your Majesty will investigate and give Great General Qiu justice." Wu Yi coldly said, "The imperial edict is here. Do you dare to disobey it?" Zheng Shuliang loudly said, "The court's decision is unfair. I am only seeking justice for Great General Qiu. If Great General Wu is not guilty, why don't you let me speak?" Report. Suddenly, a junior colonel of the Jinwu Guards appeared at the entrance of the tent and reported in panic, "Commander-in-Chief, Generals, the Inner Guards and the Dragon Guards have surrounded the Jinwu Guards. General Qiu is tied up and is being held in front of the formation." As soon as these words were said, the tent was instantly filled with silence. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the ground. Wu Yi grinned and pointed at Zheng Shuliang. Zheng Shuliang is Qiu Shenji's accomplice. He disobeyed the imperial edict and is plotting treason. Take him down. As soon as Wu Yi's voice fell, 2 of the 100 riders rushed towards Zheng Shuliang, grabbing his arms and twisting them behind his back. Then they kicked his knees, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Zheng Shuliang's face turned pale, and he lowered his head sadly. After a moment of silence, all the generals knelt on one knee and cupped their fists. "We obey the imperial edict and are willing to follow Great General Wu's orders." Wu Yi opened his palm and grabbed the marshal's seal in his hand. He let out a proud laugh. At this time, Zhou Xing had just stepped into the censorate and was personally led into the second hall by Lai Junqian. Although Zhou Xing and Lai Junqian were both Wu Zetian's favored officials and both worked as guards, they had never interacted much with each other. Lai Junqian came from a rough background and an official like Zhou Xing looked down on him. Moreover, there was a competitive relationship between the two. However, as members of the judiciary, no matter how fiercely they fought in private, they still had to maintain a cordial relationship on the surface. Moreover, Lai Junqian rarely took the initiative to invite him and Zhou Xing was rather curious. Zhou Xing saw that Lai Junqian was very polite and attentive towards him and guessed that the latter must have a favor to ask of him. His expression became even more reserved and arrogant. After taking a seat, looking at the table full of delicacies, Zhou Xing teased, "Haha, Middle Minister Lai's courtesy today is beyond my expectations. I wonder what Middle Minister Lai is up to?" Smiling, Lai Junqian poured him a cup of wine and said, "Those who are polite must have a favor to ask of me. Today I invited you, Minister Zhou, because there is a difficult matter and I sincerely want to ask for your advice." "Haha, come, have a cup of wine and listen to me slowly." Chapter 323. Zhou Xing raised his cup and took a small sip. Stroking his beard, he said, "Oh? With Deputy Premier Lai's methods, you also have a problem that you need my guidance on?" Lai Junchen chuckled. "Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Brother Zhou should know that I am in charge of the Imperial Envoy Station and the Emperor's eyes and ears. Whenever I come across unruly people, I like to torture them. But today, little brother has encountered a difficult matter, a difficult person, and I can't do as I please. For a time, I can't help but feel helpless." Zhou Xing has always despised Lai Junchen's methods. He even heard that Lai Junchen and his henchman, Wan Guojun, wrote the weaving scripture together and used it to interrogate people. Lai Junchen regarded the scripture as a treasure and kept it a secret. When Zhou Xing heard about it, he only laughed it off and never took it to heart. Today, when he heard that Lai Junchen had come across a tough opponent and his crude methods were useless, he couldn't help but laugh. "Deputy Premier, I don't want to lecture you, but your interrogation methods such as 100 meridians fixed, sudden roar, dead pigs, sorrow, seeking family destruction, and telling the truth, may sound horrifying, but they are not elegant at all. Once you come across a powerful person, you won't be able to use them. Tell me, what problem do you have now?" Lai Junchen was unfazed by his arrogant attitude and replied, "It's like this. I have taken over a case. This criminal has a high position and has always been trusted by the Emperor for many years. I am worried that your Majesty might not be able to let him go. What if your Majesty becomes impulsive and wants to interrogate him personally? If I turn him into a bloody mess and make him unrecognizable, your Majesty will inevitably look bad." Zhou Xing smiled knowingly. Since this person is trusted by the Emperor, once the Emperor sees him in a terrible state, he might feel compassion and show mercy. Moreover, this person is of high status and will definitely have henchmen. When the time comes, he might use this as evidence to accuse you of torturing him and forcing him to give false testimony. "That's right," Lai Junchen repeatedly said. "Xiao Di also has this concern. This person is weak. If he were to be subjected to torture and died in prison, it would be difficult to explain to His Majesty. At the same time, His Majesty hoped that this case could be resolved as soon as possible to avoid complications. Time also did not allow his younger brother to slowly manipulate him. This was difficult. Without torture, how would he be willing to confess? If I were to use torture, I would have to worry about all sorts of things. How would Brother Zhou teach me?" Zhou Xing laughed heartily. "Based on my many years of experience as a judge of the penitentiary, some punishments may be able to turn a person into a bloody mess, but no matter how intense the pain, it is only temporary. If there is someone with a strong will, they can grit their teeth and endure the pain. Over the years, I have seen a few people with a strong will who can endure such torture. The beauty of punishment does not lie in whether it is bloody or not, but in whether the pain you inflict on the offender is continuous, and whether it is gradually increasing. However, there is pain that can be sustained and prolonged, and no one can resist it as long as they are made of flesh and blood." Lai Junchen hurriedly poured him another cup of wine and humbly said, "Please enlighten me, Brother Zhou." Zhou Xing explained, for example, add an iron hoop to a person's head, and in the middle of the hoop, there is a wooden wedge to tighten the skull. As long as the wedge is not pulled out, the splitting headache will continue to exist. If you add another wedge, it will be impossible for the person to die. If you wedge 3 wooden wedges, even if he is a golden immortal, he will confess obediently. Moreover, you will not be able to see any serious injuries on his body." Lai Junchen blinked his eyes and praised repeatedly, "Wonderful! Wonderful! This method sounds elegant and refined, but I did not expect it to have such miraculous effects." Zhou Xing proudly said, "That's nothing. I have another method that is both simple and effective. You only need to take a big urn and place the criminal in it. Then, use a charcoal fire to burn the bottom of the urn. The heat will increase gradually. Before the criminal's body is covered with cuts and bruises, his willpower will have already collapsed. Under such circumstances, he will confess to anything in order to leave the urn. All these years, I've always used this method whenever I meet a difficult criminal. I've never seen one who could withstand it. Lai Junshan applauded and laughed. I have been enlightened. I have been enlightened. Zhou Xing proudly said, This is nothing. I may not have the weaving scripture like you, but my methods of punishing people are nothing to me. Lai Junshan laughed even more happily and clapped his hands vigorously. Impressive! Impressive! Little brother is more and more impressed with brother Zhou. Come, brother Zhou, please have a toast. Zhou Xing raised his cup, clinked it with Lai Junshan's and drank the wine with a smile. Lai Junshan raised his voice. Men, bring a large urn to burn. Zhou Xing curiously asked, Why? You don't believe me and want to verify my words in court? Lai Junshan smiled without saying a word. The urn is used to store water and prevent fire. It is a common item in government offices and mansions. The same goes for charcoal. During winter, when the government offices are cold, the imperial court will allocate charcoal for heating purposes. Usually, there will be some left over and it will not be used up completely. In a short while, the urn and charcoal were brought over. The urn was set up in the middle of the hall and the charcoal was lit. Zhou Xing was grinning from ear to ear. Wanting to show off his method of punishment, he said to Lai Junshan, Very well, I will let you witness the prowess of my urn torture. But I wonder who is the criminal? Lai Junshan's expression turned solemn as he solemnly told Zhou Xing, Today, there is an internal matter, accusing brother of treason. Brother, please enter the urn. Zhou Xing was stunned. What kind of joke is Lieutenant Lai playing? Lai Junshan's expression is solemn and does not look like he is joking. Zhou Xing's expression slowly changed. Behind the curtain, Yang Fan heard everything clearly. He can't help but lightly exhale and let go of Lai Junshan's sword. Ever since Xiangyang, there is one more person who has committed suicide. At the foot of Mount Xiaohua, Tin Ano led the horse and stopped on a small path between the mountains. She said to Xiang Rulan, Even if you accompany a gentleman for 1,000 miles, you still have to say goodbye. I will be on my way now. Elder sister, you don't have to send me off. Xiang Rulan stopped and said to Tin Ano, Anu, the injury on your leg is only 80% healed. I really don't know why you are in such a hurry to go to Luoyang. Forget it, elder sister will not stop you. Just be careful on the road. Tin Ano smiled. How could she tell Xiang Rulan that she is going to Luoyang to find a man? During the time she was recuperating in the Guo residence, Tin Ano and Xiang Rulan got along well. Their feelings for each other were mutual, and they have already become sworn sisters. Tin Ano wanted to leave after her leg injury was mostly healed. Xiang Rulan could not persuade her and could only let her go. Tin Ano said, Elder sister, don't worry. Little sister's injury is no longer a problem. Moreover, elder sister has given me a fine horse. With a horse as a means of transportation, it will be even better. When little sister reaches Luoyang, this injury will be completely healed. In the future, little sister will visit elder sister again. At this point, Tin Ano suddenly felt a little shy. She has been recuperating in the Guo residence for so long that young master must have thought that she is dead. This time, when she goes to Luoyang, as long as she changes her identity and doesn't have to show her face in public, she can live together with Erlang forever. Thinking about it, how could she not be elated? Guo Xiaofan scratched his head and said in a silly voice, Cousin, there are many bad people in this world who seem to have good intentions. The bigger the city, the more bad people there are. You are so beautiful, so you must be careful. Don't be deceived by them. If someone bullies you, come back and tell me. I will help you vent your anger. His sister-in-law had long told him that Anu is not his cousin, but Guo Xiaofan never changed the way he addressed her. Now that Anu has recognized his sister-in-law as her adopted sister, she has really become his real cousin. Xiang Rulan rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "You are an honest person. Those words were taught to you by your family. They are afraid that you will be deceived. Is your cousin as dumb as you?" When Guo Xiaofan heard his sister-in-law say that he is dumb, he pouted unhappily. But under the accumulated power, he did not dare to refute. Tin Ano pursed her lips and smiled. "Brother Han, don't worry, little sister will be very careful. If someone really bullies me, little sister will definitely come back and complain to second brother. Second brother will uphold justice for me." When Guo Xiaofan heard this, he grinned again and said happily, "Cousin, don't worry. If anyone dares to bully you, second brother will shoot him dead with one arrow." Xiang Rulan did not want to listen to his crazy words, so she only said to Tin Ano, "It is getting late. Little sister, let's go, lest we miss the lodging. You are a girl. Even if you are skilled in martial arts, you must be extra careful when you go out." Tin Ano nodded and turned over to mount the horse. She cupped her hands toward Xiang Rulan and Guo Xiaofan and said loudly, "Sister, second brother, little sister will go now." She rode away and gradually disappeared at the foot of the mountain. Han Erlang was alone with his sister-in-law and suddenly felt very uncomfortable. When he saw that Tin Ano's figure had disappeared, he immediately found an excuse to slip away. Xiang Rulan alone led the old steward and the 4 family members back. The old steward said in a low voice, "We have already sent someone to follow Miss Anu. According to Madame's orders, our people will only escort her to Luoyang. I really did not expect Miss Anu to be young Master Zhang's person." Xiang Rulan smiled and said, "I also did not expect this girl to have such deep feelings for Yang Fan. With her skills, she does not need anyone to take care of her, but she is injured now. Moreover, Shen Mu values Yang Fan very much, so we cannot let anything happen to her. But..." Xiang Rulan slightly frowned and said, "Shen Mu's message was vague and only told me not to interfere. From his words, it seems that Yang Fan is already married. This entanglement between a man and a woman is not something we can help with. I can only hope that this girl will not be trapped by love and do something stupid." The Imperial Censorate's Thai prison was located in Lijing Gate. Its official name was the Censorate's Courtyard and it was presided over by the Imperial Messenger Bureau. The prison guards were hired by the Imperial Censorate itself, but the prison guards were all old or disabled Imperial guards. Zhou Xing sat in his cell in a daze. In front of him was a table. The scribe put down his brush and picked up the confession. After blowing on the ink stains that had yet to dry, he handed it to Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing raised his hand and dipped it in the cinnabar before leaving a deep fingerprint on the confession. Zhou Xing watched as the scribe left and the cell door locked with a kacha sound. His lifeless eyes shifted slightly and fixed on a torture rack outside the cell. Dejectedly, he said, "Brother Chiu, what do they want you to confess?" "Just confess. There is no need to suffer so much physical pain." Chiu Shenji was firmly tied to the rack. His weed-like eyebrows stood erect, and his 2 eyeballs bulged out horribly. He wore a copper hoop on his head, and at this moment, the second wooden wedge had already been inserted into it. He grimaced in pain, and his face was so ferocious that even his molars were clearly exposed. It was unknown whether the idea of Sun Wukong wearing the golden hoop curse in Journey to the West originated from this punishment created by Zhou Xing. But at this moment, Chiu Shenji really looked like an ape in pain. This ape was still bitterly holding on and refused to confess. One of the prison guards looked at him coldly and picked up the 3rd wooden wedge. He sneered and inserted the tip into the hoop and picked up a wooden hammer. Bang! 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 The wooden wedge had only been inserted 3 inches when Chiu Shenji, whose eyes were bloodshot and face was twisted like a ghost, collapsed. He screamed in a voice that sounded like he was wailing, "I confess! I confess! Give me the confession! I will sign it and I will confess everything. I confess. In the censorate's courtyard, humans could turn into beasts and gods could turn into ghosts. Even the lawless great sage equaling heaven had to bow his head and chant, Umitba. Chapter 324. The imperial court dealt with the case of Chioshinji's rebellion quickly as usual. This kind of quick verdict and judgment without careful, detailed investigation and review, and the simple and quick way of dealing with major cases of rebellion were formed by the four cruel officials' persistent efforts. Now they were caught in their own trap, and they themselves became the victims. Chioshinji was convicted of rebellion and sentenced to death. As an accomplice, Zhou Xing was sentenced to exile to Lingnan. Today was the day of Chioshinji's execution, supervised by Wu Sanxi. Now that Sun Zhangqian and Wei Fangji had died in prison, the power of the prime minister's faction was greatly weakened. Wu Qingxi was completely defeated, and his important henchmen were almost wiped out. In this fierce battle, Wu Sanxi, who had been watching from the sidelines, became the one who benefited the most. Everyone in the court was smart. Even if there were differences in political wisdom and strategy, with the help of advisors, the difference would not be too big. Sometimes, a mistake in judgment, once the development of the situation was out of one's control, it might not be impossible for others to take advantage of it. At this time, it seemed that Princess Taiping's strategy had failed. Wu Sanxi, the wolf, had become the one who benefited the most. Princess Taiping did not gain anything from it, nor did she strengthen her political power. At least, it was like this on the surface. On the second day after the court announced Chioshinji and Zhou Xing's rebellion, Li Zhaoda presented a memorial to the emperor, talking about the harm of the prince's royal family interfering in the court's politics. The emperor deeply agreed and immediately removed Wu Qingxi from the position of prime minister and promoted Li Zhaoda to be the head of the prime ministers. Although Wu Qingxi himself escaped unscathed, he lost his position as prime minister, and a few of his important henchmen were also cut off. Immediately, Wu Zetian announced to the world, Zhou Xing, as the autumn minister, was in charge of the country's prison. He repeatedly framed the court officials, saying that they were rebelling. The country has its own laws, and even I cannot violate them, so I can only act according to the law. We have also once suspected that Zhou Xingju was lying, and once ordered a close official to personally go to the prison to interrogate the officials who committed the crime. However, they were afraid of punishment, and all of them personally wrote confessions, admitting to their crimes. Therefore, we have never suspected the actions of Zhou Xing and the other evil officials. Zhen has been ruling the world. My eyes and ears depend on civil and military officials. The ministers are either afraid of his power, or afraid of being implicated, or trying to curry favor with him. All of them have succeeded, so that they have framed Zhen as the lord of adultery, making Zhen grieved and hateful. Today, the traitors have been executed, and I hope that the officials will expose their crimes and redress the injustice to me. As soon as this imperial edict was issued, memorials to expose Zhou Xing's and Chioshinji's crimes appeared one after another. The officials, eunuchs and gentry who had been framed by them rushed to spread the news. But Prime Minister Wei Fangji, Sun Zhangqian, Ouyang Tong and a group of high-ranking officials were all dead. In Wu Zetian's eyes, these people were not very reliable and were not on the same side as the Wu family. However, when she first ascended to the throne, she could not promote too many people who were only loyal to her but did not have the talent to become prime ministers. She had to use them to stabilize the political situation. Now that the political situation was gradually stabilized, these people were finally purged. Zhou Xing, Chioshinji, and the others were supposed to help her remove the obstacles to her governance. Now, for the sake of human rights, these minions had formed a clique and committed acts that were detrimental to her rule, which was why they were eliminated. But even in death, their last bit of value had been squeezed out. Wu Zetian easily got rid of herself and pushed all the crimes onto these cruel officials. Zhou Xing and Qiu Shenji, the two watchdogs, became the scapegoat. It was hard to say whether Wu Sanxi or Wu Zetian benefited the most from this political struggle. In front of the Tai Gate, the abandoned market was crowded with people. The roads leading to this place had long been packed with people from all directions. Many of the officials and gentry who had been persecuted by Zhou Xing and Qiu Shenji came out with their families and set up incense tables around the execution ground. Some of them burned incense and prayed, weeping bitterly as they offered sacrifices to their loved ones. Some of them were so grateful to the Son of Heaven that their family's injustice had finally been cleared. They kept kowtowing in the direction of the palace. The executioner Wu Sanxi sat high up on the execution platform. In the distance, the prison carriage, escorted by the Yulin guards, was slowly approaching. Wu Sanxi tilted his head and whispered to a trusted aide, "Has Zhou Xing already left?" The man replied, "Yes. Zhou Xing's prison carriage has just left Luoyang. As your highness instructed, I have already sent people to follow him." Under the charge of rebellion, what was really concealed was the various illegal acts that Qiu Shenji, Zhou Xing, and the others had done in order to fight for power and the position of crown prince, as well as the harm these acts had done to the great Zhou. Qiu Shenji was the vanguard of these evil deeds, and Zhou Xing might have been the mastermind. But in Wu Zetian's heart, the evil he had done was obviously not as much as Qiu Shenji. Therefore, towards this lackey who had done so much for her, Wu Zetian felt a trace of compassion. She did not sentence him to death, but exiled him. Wu Sanxi stroked his beard and smiled coldly. He said in a low voice, "If a snake is not killed, there will be endless troubles in the future. Sages never fear death. Today, Zhou Xing is sentenced to exile instead of abandoning the city. It seems that you are still reluctant to let him die. If you don't let him die, he will always be a scourge. When he leaves Luoyang, find a suitable place and send him to see Qiu Shenji." "Yes, I will arrange it properly." Wu Sanxi waved his hand and said, "Go." When the man left, Wu Sanxi stretched his head and looked in the direction of the execution carriage, looking a little impatient. Qiu Shenji had been in the army for many years and had many subordinates. Today, Qiu Shenji was executed. Just in case, the imperial army had all entered a state of alert. The 9 cities were all under the control of the emperor's most trusted northern imperial army. Even the people who escorted the prisoners to the execution ground and the security around the execution ground were not the officials of Luoyang Prefecture, Ministry of Justice, or Supreme Judiciary, but the Yulin Guards. Yang Fan rode on a horse, leading the Yulin Guards to escort Qiu Shenji's prison carriage, and slowly drove to the execution ground. Qiu Shenji, dressed in the clothes of a condemned prisoner, stood on the prison carriage with a big shackle on his neck. The prison carriage rumbled, and Qiu Shenji's face was gray. The people on both sides threw rotten eggs at his head and face, but he didn't seem to feel it at all. A wooden ball was stuffed in his mouth, which made his mouth wide open. His cheeks looked a little weird. He couldn't even swallow with his mouth closed, so saliva flowed down from the corners of his mouth from time to time, like a stroke patient. The rotten egg hit his forehead, and the liquid flowed down into his mouth, and then flowed out together with his saliva. His embarrassing situation was really indescribable. The practice of silencing prisoners began in the 4th year of Tugong, that is, 4 years ago. That year, when Hao Xiangxian, the emissary of the crown prince, was executed, Hao Xiangxian cursed loudly and made a vehement speech on the execution ground, listing the sins of Wu Zetian, and even mentioning her adultery with Xue Huai, which made Wu Zetian embarrassed. From then on, the execution of prisoners had to stuff a wooden ball in their mouth, so that they couldn't say a word. Qiu Shenji knew more secrets about Wu Zetian, including the fact that Wu Zetian ordered him to execute the crown prince, Li Xian, which was known to everyone, but could never be proved. Of course, this person couldn't be called to say anything. Yang Fan didn't stop the people from venting their anger. He just pulled the reins of his horse and stayed away from Chioshinji, so that he wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. No one noticed the surging emotions behind the calm face of this young general of the Yulin Guard. The tragic scene of the Peach Blossom Village appeared in his mind. His parents, his sister, his fellow villagers. The great changes in his childhood had changed his life. He had traveled thousands of miles from Southeast Asia to come here, and this was his last enemy. Today, Chioshinji was going to be executed. He was going to be executed because of the evidence he provided. He was going to die in his hands. His last enemy was finally going to die. The heavy burden that had been pressing on his heart since childhood could finally be lifted. Looking at the incense burner tables on both sides of the road, set up by the families who had been persecuted by Chioshinji, Yang Fan couldn't help but want to shed tears. Now he wanted to loudly announce to his relatives who had been wronged, "Father, mother, sister, your great hatred has finally been avenged." Yang Fan raised his face and let the tears in his eyes quietly disappear. Today's sky was very clear, with only a few white clouds floating on the horizon. The sky was high and the clouds were light, making people inexplicably open-minded. The hatred of father, mother, and sister has been avenged. All the enemies are dead. Nyonyo, where are you? The clouds on the horizon were like the smiling face of a little girl. The clouds were like a thin little face. The uneven thickness was like the dirty appearance of her face, and the jagged edges were like her messy hair. She seemed to be smiling at him, and her mouth was missing 2 front teeth. Yang Fan smiled at the cloud. "Nyonyo, elder brother will definitely find you." Little Man was sitting in front of the dressing table, lazily combing her hair. Her pretty face in the mirror carried some charm, but it revealed a kind of lazy and bored charm. Yang Fan hadn't been home for 7 or 8 days. Since Chioshinji's case, Luoyang City and the palace had been in a state of strict vigilance. As an important general of the palace guards, how could Yang Fan leave at this time? Little Man didn't know what happened to her. Usually, when Yang Fan was at home, she was most afraid to come back from the shop and face him. The most embarrassing moment was every night. Although Yang Fan slept on the floor, they slept in the same room. She was so shy that she didn't even dare to take off her coat. She was afraid that he would hear her when she turned over, which made her sleep uncomfortable every night. However, these days, Yang Fan wasn't at home. Every day when she came home, she couldn't see Yang Fan. Every night when she saw the empty floor beside the bed, her heart was also empty. It always seemed that something was missing or lost. After a few days, she had no appetite to eat, and it seemed that sleeping was even more difficult. "Madam, Ah Lang is back." Just when third sister's voice sounded outside the bedroom, Little Man jumped up excitedly. Ouch! Because she moved too quickly, she didn't put down the comb in time and pulled her hair. She cried out in pain, but she didn't care about it at all. She just threw the horn comb on the dressing table and jumped to the door. She opened the door and said happily, "He's back, where is he?" Chapter 325. Lang Jun. As soon as Xiao Man finished asking, she saw Yang Fan standing at the entrance of the courtyard with a smile on his face. He was holding a dark green jar in his hand. Xiao Man was happy at first, and then a little shy. Her happy expression was too obvious. Even third sister, that little girl, seemed to have a teasing look in her eyes. This little girl. Xiao Man glared at third sister, pursed her lips, and walked to Yang Fan. She lowered her voice, but it was still difficult to hide the joy in her gentle voice. "Lang Jun, you are back." Yang Fan's beard was not trimmed, and there was some green stubble on his chin, which made him look a bit mature. What Xiao Man paid attention to was his eyes. His eyes were clear, bright, and had a kind of light that was not usually seen. Xiao Man felt a little tipsy in her heart. "He is also very happy to see me." Yang Fan looked at her with a smile. Xiao Man was wearing a lotus-colored gauze gown. Her long hair was not tied up and casually draped over her shoulders, which made her handsome little face look even more beautiful, like bright jade. The loose swallow coat could not hide her graceful figure, like a peony in the mist. Yang Fan said softly, "Yes, I am back. There have been many things in the court these days, and I have been on guard duty. It is not convenient for me to send messages home, and I have made you worry. How is home?" Xiaoman said, "Everything is fine, Lang Jun can rest assured. I have also heard about these things in the palace. At this time, Lang Jun can't leave. Today, I heard that Qiu Shinji was beheaded in Tai sect, so I guess that Lang Jun will be back soon, but I don't know if it will be today or tomorrow." Xiaoman said to third sister, who was standing to the side, "Third sister, tell the kitchen to prepare a banquet and boil some hot water for Lang Jun to take a bath." "Yes." Third sister answered and flew out of the courtyard like a happy magpie. Yang Fan said with a smile, "We are not going far away, why do we need to be so grand?" Xiaoman said, "Lang Jun has been working hard outside, so it should be more relaxing at home." "What's this?" Yang Fan said, "Oh, this is the wine I bought at the Golden Hairpin Drunk. It's been distilled and brewed 4 times, so the taste is very mellow. You've been managing the household by yourself for the past few days, and it's been really hard on you. Let's drink some wine tonight to thank you." Xiao Man was even happier in her heart. She took the wine jar and smiled at him. "We have a wine shop that specializes in good wine everywhere. Why are you taking care of other people's business?" When Yang Fan passed by the Golden Hairpin Drunk, he remembered that his last enemy had been killed. His revenge was avenged, and he could start looking for his younger sister immediately. He felt happy and wanted to drink to celebrate, so he bought a jug of wine. At that time, he really forgot that one of the 17 shops that his family had taken over specialized in wine. Xiao Man's words reminded Yang Fan. He laughed and said, "That's right. How could I forget that we have wine at home?" Xiao Man accompanied him into the room, put the wine jar on the table, and poured him a cup of sour plum soup. She said, "The weather is hot, so this is iced. Lang Jun, drink a few sips first to cool off the heat. I'll go prepare some clothes for you. You can take a bath and rest later." At that moment, Xiao Man really had the feeling of a gentle and virtuous young lady. What was more rare was that she did it naturally, and Yang Fan also enjoyed it naturally. Bang! A jug of grape wine fell to the ground, and the wine spilled everywhere, dark red like blood. A black, furry chow chow excitedly ran over, lowered its head and sniffed, then stuck out its tongue and licked it. Bang! Another jade-white bottle with 2 dragons probing the water was thrown to the ground, smashing into pieces. The Pekingese was startled, raised its head to look at its furious master, shook its ears carelessly, and continued to lick the grape wine. Wu Chengxi wandered around the room like a cornered beast, wanting to smash whatever he saw. Zhang Jiafu, the Renhua of the Phoenix Pavilion, followed closely behind him, constantly saying, "Your Highness, please don't be angry, please don't be angry." Wu Chengxi finally had nothing left to throw and angrily sat back down on his chair. Zhang Jiafu hurriedly moved in front of him and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, please quell your anger. His Majesty has protected Your Highness in every possible way, not allowing Your Highness to have any collusion with Qiu Shinji and Zhou Xing's cases. This is enough to show His Majesty's concern for Your Highness. Your Highness, please bear with it for now. As long as the Emperor's favor has not disappeared, Your Highness can quietly wait for an opportunity. It is not impossible for you to make a comeback." Wu Chengxi sneered, "Opportunity? Does this king still have a chance?" Zhang Jiafu said, "As long as His Majesty wishes to pass on his empire to the descendants of the Wu clan, the only ones qualified to inherit it are Your Highness and King Liang. Your Highness acted too hastily, provoking His Majesty's disgust, which is why he has punished you. However, how can Your Highness know that King Liang, in his complacency, will not follow in Your Highness' footsteps? Since ancient times, the heir apparent has risen and fallen, and there have been many who have tried to be deposed. Has there not been a single one who has succeeded to the throne? Why is your highness so dejected? Wu Chengxi's eyes darted around, but he did not say anything. Zhang Jiafu continued, based on His Majesty's usual conduct, as long as there is hatred, there is no one who does not strike with his thunderbolt, turning him into fine powder. However, even though Qiu Shenji and Zhou Xing have fallen this time, His Majesty has protected your highness in every possible way, not allowing your highness to have even the slightest bit of contact with them. Instead, he instructed Li Zhaoda to submit a report to discuss the pros and cons of the imperial clan participating in politics, and only then did he remove your highness from the position of prime minister. Zhang Jiafu smiled and said, "This is admittedly a blow to your highness, but it also cuts off King Liang's path of participating in politics. His reputation has been greatly boosted this time, but as long as your highness remains loyal and does not lose His Majesty's favor, there is still a chance for you to make a comeback. Let's pay close attention to King Liang's movements. As long as he makes a mistake, or as long as we create an opportunity for him to make a mistake." Wu Chengxi calmed down. Even though his eyes were still as sinister as a snake's, his expression was no longer as furious as before. Zhang Jiafu secretly sighed in relief when he saw this. He tried to persuade Wu Chengxi for a long time, but it was already late. Only then did he bid farewell to Wu Chengxi. As soon as Zhang Jiafu left Wu Chengxi's residence, he raised his head to the sky and sighed. Even though he had spoken so calmly, he did not hold out much hope that Wu Chengxi would be able to make a comeback. It was true that there were people who could make a comeback, but the current Great Zhou dynasty would not give Wu Chengxi such an opportunity. Wu Sanxi, Princess Taiping, Li Zhaoda, and Di Renjie were not easy to deal with. Were they idiots? Who would give Wu Chengxi a chance to seize power again? However, he had already boarded Wu Chengxi's ship, and could no longer leave it. What else could he do but say this? Only by giving King Wei a glimmer of hope would he have a glimmer of hope. As soon as Zhang Jiafu left, Wu Chengxi sneered. How could he not see through Zhang Jiafu's thoughts? If it weren't for the fact that he was tied to this big tree so tightly that he couldn't escape, Zhang Jiafu would have long since become a scattered macaque and run off to lick Wu Sanxi's butt. Zhang Jiafu's consolation was only for self-preservation. Only by persuading him to the point that he was unwilling would he have the heart to protect his pawns. Even though he had lost his power, his influence in the Wu clan would not be weakened so quickly. If he had the heart to protect a few small fries, he believed that no one would take the risk of forcing him to do something desperate. However, he no longer had any hope of becoming the crown prince. What was the point of forbearance? Right now, he only wanted to find the person who ruined his plans, who destroyed his dream of becoming the emperor. He wanted to take revenge at all costs, whether it was a mutual destruction or mutual destruction. However, up until now, he still did not know what had gone wrong and why the emperor was so angry. Wu Sanxi and Di Renjie's repeated leaks had angered Wu Zetian. When Wu Zetian decided to eliminate Qiu Shenji, Zhou Xing, and dismiss Wu Chengxi, she immediately used the Yulin guards to prevent the news from leaking and causing a mutiny in the Jin Wu guards. At the same time, she was worried that this series of scandals would damage the great Zhou dynasty's dignity and cause the border army to lose trust in the court. Thus, until now, Wu Chengxi had not had the chance to contact his spies in the palace. "No matter what, if I find out who you are, I will make sure you die." Wu Chengxi's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Forbearance? Forbearance my ass. If worst comes to worst, I'll just perish together. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. I won't turn back even if I run into a wall." The Pekingese licked up the wine on the floor and turned around in satisfaction. It staggered towards the door. Tried hard for a long time, but it still could not climb over the threshold that it could normally easily cross. The Pekingese turned around a few times in puzzlement and suddenly hit its head on the door frame. "The shop owner in the opposite alley has died of illness. His wife is not good at running a business, so she wants to sell the shop and go back to her hometown. I saw that this was a rare opportunity. Lang Jun was trapped in the palace and could not come out, so I had no way to discuss it with you. Thus, I took the initiative and bought this shop. The price was very high, but the location was too good. There is a saying in the art of war: the man who knows the terrain is the help of the soldiers. I've run many businesses in the southern city, so I know this principle. The same business, even if the location is close, can be very different. Also, I had the antique shop Bo Gujai renovated. The pillars and beams were carved, and the decorations were elegant. It was full of the graceful and noble style of the imperial palace. I also had Master Rume introduce 2 disciples to the shop every day to play zither music. High officials, tycoons, noble ladies, and socialites like to be cultured. This way, it looks like the expenses are higher, but the business is better. As long as we complete one more business every month, the money we earn will far exceed these expenses. Buchi said happily. Unknowingly, she had already gotten used to Yang Fan's existence. She liked to watch Yang Fan eat and she liked to tell him things. When she did this, she would feel a sense of peace and contentment. Yang Fan said with emotion, "Speaking of which, you've always been the one in charge of the family. I actually didn't do anything. My wife has really worked hard. Yang Fan, a toast to you." Today was the first time Yang Fan didn't need anyone to persuade him to drink to his heart's content. At this time, his handsome face was flushed. Buchi was also particularly happy today. After drinking cup after cup of rich grape wine, 2 peach blossoms appeared on her cheeks. Seeing Yang Fan toast to her, Buchi hurriedly raised her cup as well. The 2 clinked from afar and drank the wine in their cup. Yang Fan filled his cup again, then suddenly stood up and walked unsteadily toward the courtyard. Buchi followed behind him in surprise. Yang Fan walked step by step into the courtyard and stared blankly at the bright full moon in the sky. Suddenly, he knelt down. Buchi said in surprise, "Lang Jun, you are..." Yang Fan said word by word, "I want to pay tribute to my parents' spirits in heaven." Buchi looked at him in surprise and said, "Lang Jun, wait." She hurriedly returned to her room and took out a cup of wine. She walked to Yang Fan's side, lifted her skirt, and knelt down gracefully. She said softly, "Your servant and Lang Jun will pay tribute to father-in-law and mother-in-law together." Chapter 326. Yi Anyang. Ajia. Yang Fan looked up at the night sky and softly called for his family. The bright moon in the sky was as bright as a jade plate. In the dark shadow, he seemed to see the face of his strict father and mother, and the beautiful appearance of his sister. Yang Fan slowly closed his eyes as tears quietly flowed to the side of his cheeks. Although it was something that happened many years ago, whenever he thought of the charred corpses of his parents and the tragic scene of his sister being beheaded, Yang Fan's heart still felt like it was being cut by a knife. He choked with sobs and said, Yi Anyang, Ajia, our family's great enemies have all been beheaded. You can rest in peace in heaven. With tears in his eyes, he gently poured a cup of wine on the ground. Xiao Man couldn't help but be secretly surprised when she heard his words. She knew that Yang Fan's parents died when he was young, but she always thought that the death of Yang Fan's parents was caused by a natural disaster. However, at this moment, from Yang Fan's words, it seemed that there was more to it. Seeing that Yang Fan was pouring wine to mourn, Xiao Man quickly followed his example and gently poured the wine in the cup in front of her. As the wine slowly poured on the ground, Xiao Man's mind flashed, and her body couldn't help but tremble. She involuntarily cried out, Lang Jun, could it be that Qiushenji is Lang Jun's great enemy? Yang Fan was silent for a moment, then gently nodded and said, Yes. My family all died in the hands of Qiushenji. Xiao Man saw the glistening tears in his eyes and obediently closed her mouth. She only thought in her heart, Qiushenji killed people like flies. Just in Boizhou of Hunan province, he killed more than 1,000 families. I don't know where Longjuan's hometown is. Now it seems that what Lang Jun said about living in Jiaoji was also a lie to cover up his identity. Xiao Man secretly guessed, but she forgot that Yang Fan had just said, all beheaded. If she had noticed this, she would have known that Yang Fan's enemies were not just Qiu Shinji alone. Yang Fan put the wine cup on the ground and said in a low voice, "Ah Yi, I was naughty when I was young and didn't like to study, so I often made you angry. Now that I am a general, I finally have some prospects. Ah Yi, are you happy? Mother, I married a gentle, virtuous, beautiful, and adorable wife for you. Is Mother happy? Sister, if it wasn't for you, I would have gone with you and my parents. Now that your brother has his own family and business, I will definitely shoulder the responsibility of bringing glory to our family and restoring our reputation. Our family will prosper. Don't worry." When Xiao Man heard this, she quietly lowered her head and felt a little guilty. Yes, she was now married to Yang Fan, but had she really fulfilled her responsibilities as a wife? Marrying a wife meant having children and passing on the family line. Longjuan's family was killed, and he was alone. The responsibility of carrying on the family line was all on him, and she, Xiao Man, secretly glanced at Yang Fan. His eyes were shining with tears, staring at the bright moon in the sky. Longjuan's eyebrows were black and bright, slanting to the temples. Longjuan's nose was high and straight, as if it was hanging a gallbladder. Longjuan's pursed lips were well-defined, and the lines of his lips were clear. He was really a very handsome man. "He is my husband." Looking at him under the soft moonlight, Xiao Man couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. Maybe I should try to accept him. He is the man who will accompany me for the rest of my life. If he touches me, I won't go crazy again, right? Xiao Man. Yang Fan suddenly turned to Xiao Man. Xiao Man was thinking about something, and when he looked at her, she was afraid that he would see through her thoughts. She suddenly blushed and quickly responded in a low voice. Yang Fan said, "Do you know why I didn't set up a memorial tablet for my parents at home?" Xiao Man shook her head gently. It was okay before, but now Yang Fan had his own mansion, but he didn't set up a memorial tablet for his parents. After she became a bride, Yang Fan never took her to pay respects to his parents. She had always felt it was strange. Yang Fan said bitterly, "Because I don't know the real names of my parents." What? This answer was far beyond Xiao Man's expectation. She opened her eyes in surprise. Yang Fan said sadly, "I have checked the state government's household register. They all used aliases. When they were killed, they didn't even have time to tell me what our real surnames were, what our names were, and where we were from. I am the descendant of a criminal official. Although Qiu Shinji is dead, all the things he did back then were all ordered by His Majesty. These cases haven't been rehabilitated, so my true identity is still undiscovered. When I first came to Luoyang, I only wanted to take revenge. At that time, I only wanted to take revenge with my own strength. I never thought that I would be able to mingle in the officialdom. Now that I am an official and my enemies are all dead, I think I should be able to do more for my family." In order to ascend the throne, His Majesty eradicated many officials with the crime of rebellion. She will never be able to clear these people's names, unless Li Tang's imperial family retakes the throne. So, I stand on the side of Li Tang's imperial family. Yang Fan stared at Xiao Man and said in a low voice, "The life of an official is extremely dangerous. You have seen these days how many officials of the imperial court were incomparably glorious one moment, and then imprisoned the next moment. I have always been thinking whether or not I should tell you these secrets. Xiao Man, if you want to be my woman, you have to bear these dangers with me. You have the right to choose to stay or leave. If you are willing to leave, I can give you all our property, but I don't want it. If you are willing to follow me, leave or stay, I will listen to you." Lang Jun, Xiao Man's eyes were a little moist. Her voice was very low, but her tone was firm and unquestionable. Xiao Man is Longjuan's official wife. Once I enter your door, I am yours. The oath of the Green Hut is still ringing in my ears. Xiao Man has not forgotten. I will never leave or abandon you for the rest of my life. Yang Fan was moved and gently held her small hand. Under the bright moon, the oath of the Green Hut seemed to be ringing in their ears. Hold your hand and die with your son. Hold your hand and sleep with your son. Hold your hand and be happy with your son. Hold your hand and grow old with your son. There was only one small inn in Changgu town. Because it was only a few dozen miles away from Luoyang, very few people would stay here unless they missed a place to stay. There was only one inn, and it mainly relied on selling wine to make money when guests came and went to rest. The bright moon had already hung above the treetops, so it was unlikely that any guests would come at this time. The innkeeper yawned lazily, and was about to go to the back of the house to rest when there was a sudden rush of horse hooves in the distance. Immediately, he saw a fast horse rushing to the door. The innkeeper's spirit was lifted, and he quickly ordered a young waiter, "Hurry up, go and welcome the guests." The horse stopped in front of the inn, and a person jumped off the horse. His movements were extremely agile. This person was wearing a green riding suit and had a beautiful handlebar mustache. He was an elegant young man. "Take the horse and feed it. Use the best bean fodder. Send the saddle to my lodging." The person gave the order and walked into the inn while shaking his horsewhip. He said in a clear voice, "Innkeeper, arrange a good guest room for me and 2 tables of good banquets for me." The innkeeper was surprised, and he said, "This guest, you mean 2 tables of banquets?" The young man smiled and said, "Yes, 1 table is fine, but there is no need for too many dishes. Send it to my room. The other table should be more sumptuous, and it will be placed in this living room. In a while, my 6 brothers will come, and you can even prepare a room for them in advance." When the innkeeper heard that there was business coming, he couldn't help but smile and quickly agreed. He ordered the kitchen to prepare wine and dishes, and personally led the young man to the guest room. Not long after, there was a chaotic sound of horse hooves outside the inn. Sure enough, there were 6 fast horses galloping over. These 6 people were all strong men in their 20s or 30s, and their mounts were also extraordinary. At a glance, it was obvious that they were long-distance horses with extraordinary endurance. There were sabers hanging on the front of the saddle, and they carried saddlebags on the back. Like the young man who had arrived earlier, they were all long-distance travelers. The innkeeper had already been warned by the young man, and when he saw the 6 people arriving, he immediately went up to greet them. Among the 6 people, a middle-aged man with a square face and big ears looked at the horse that was being fed in the corridor, and said to the innkeeper, "Innkeeper, prepare a few superior rooms for us, and also some food for us." The innkeeper rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Dear guests, the 6 superior rooms have been prepared for you, and the food has also been prepared. Please come in quickly." The middle-aged man pointed at him with his horsewhip and said with a smile, "Innkeeper, you really know how to do business, and your polite words are so intimate. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that you were a fortune-teller." The innkeeper smiled and said, "How could this old man have that kind of ability? Didn't you have a friend who arrived a step earlier? He was the one who told this old man, and this table of dishes was also ordered by him. He also said that he was indebted to you for escorting him all the way from the foot of Mount Shaohua, and that he was very grateful. This table of dishes is a token of his appreciation." When the 6 knights heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other with a wry smile, and one of them muttered to himself, "So, our tracks have long been discovered by her." In the room, the young man with the handlebar mustache gently tore off the 2 tufts of mustache on his face, and mischievously made a face at himself in the mirror. Only then did he get up and walk to the basin, and gently washed away the disguise on his face, gradually revealing a beautiful face that was both happy and angry. It turned out that this young man with the handlebar mustache was actually Tin Ano in disguise. She opened the saddle, took out a set of light clothes, and put it on, then returned to the table and sat down. There were already a few light dishes on the table, and there was also a pot of good wine. Tin Ano poured a cup, raised it in her hand, and smiled sweetly. Her heart was very, very small, so she had never asked anyone to live in it. Once she asked someone to live in it, her heart would be filled to the brim, and there would be no room for anyone else. Ever since she opened her heart and poured all her affection on Yang Fan, this girl who had closed herself off for many years could no longer extricate herself. If you love someone too deeply, your heart will be intoxicated. Tomorrow, she would be able to see him again. Thinking of this, before Anu drank, she was already intoxicated with happiness. Chapter 327. Today, Yang Fan had gotten his revenge and fulfilled his wish. Naturally, he was incomparably happy. He had fulfilled his responsibility to the deceased. From now on, he would live for himself and for the living. The days to come would be even more meaningful to him. He wanted to build a career, bring glory to his family, and not disappoint Wanner's infatuation. He also wanted to find his younger sister, who had been separated from him when he was young. There was a feeling of sweetness after bitterness. That night, Yang Fan was dead drunk. Growing up to this age, this was the first time Yang Fan had let down his guard and let himself get drunk. Xiao Man struggled to carry Yang Fan and staggered into the bedroom. She never knew that a person could be so heavy when drunk. Let him sleep on the bed tonight. I'll just make the bed on the floor, Xiao Man thought as she carried Yang Fan to the bed. She bent down and was just about to gently place him on the bed when Yang Fan fell head first. Xiao Man cried out. Being dragged by him, she lost her footing and fell into his arms. Xiao Man was ashamed and embarrassed. She wanted to break free, but one of her arms was firmly pressed under Yang Fan's body. She couldn't pull it out at all. Xiao Man struggled with all her might. Yang Fan seemed to be very uncomfortable. He suddenly turned over, lifted his thigh, and put it on Xiao Man's waist, firmly holding her. Xiao Man was scared stiff. Her whole body was as stiff as a bow, and she didn't dare to move. She looked nervously at Yang Fan. Yang Fan's cheeks were red, and he was snoring loudly. A sweet snore rang out in an instant. Xiao Man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She tried hard to pull her arm away, but she still couldn't. Xiao Man rolled her eyes and pushed hard against Yang Fan's thigh again. His thighs were so thick and powerful. It took Xiao Man a lot of effort to loosen his thighs that were stuck on her waist. Xiao Man was delighted and continued to increase her strength. Seeing that Yang Fan was about to fall asleep on his back, Yang Fan suddenly grunted with dissatisfaction and turned his body over with force. Pa! That thigh was once again clamped on her waist. His knee was pressed against the back of her waist, and a big hand slapped hard on her buttocks. All previous efforts were wasted. This time, the two of them were even closer. Xiao Man was lying in a very warm position in Yang Fan's arms. Her only free arm was also held by Yang Fan. Xiao Man was ashamed and angry, but she couldn't break free. Huh? I didn't hit him. After struggling for a while, Buchi, who was unable to get rid of Yang Fan, stopped gasping for breath. Suddenly, she was surprised to find that she did not go crazy just now. No one knew better than her what was wrong with her. Wu Huing, that sickly invalid, was not her first victim. She was brought to Chang, and when she was a child and served Miss Gongsun for only about a year and a half. Later, she caught the eye of her master and became one of the candidates for the Empress Dowager's close female guard. During those hard training years, she had sparred with not only her senior and junior sisters, but also the martial arts masters transferred from the palace guards. As long as a man subdued her with close combat techniques such as grappling or wrestling, she would immediately go crazy. If he made even a little more physical contact with her, she would immediately erupt with combat strength that was almost double of her own, beating her opponent until they were on the verge of death, until they could no longer move. After that, not a single man was willing to spar with her. Although she knew that the other party had no evil intentions, she couldn't control herself. Therefore, on the night of their wedding night, even though she knew that her request was too unreasonable, she couldn't not bring it up. Otherwise, if Yang Fan insisted on sleeping with her, it was very likely that her wedding night would be the beginning of her widowhood. However, at this moment, Xiao Man was surprised to find that even though Yang Fan was pressing down on her in such a warm position, almost pressing her entire body under him, she was still very normal. She didn't kick Yang Fan away, nor did she punch him to break his ribs. Oh my God! I'm actually normal? Xiao Man asked herself in surprise. Early in the morning, the rooster crowed, and Yang Fan was woken up by it. It was summer, and the sky brightened early. The bell on the gate of heaven had not yet rung, and the white light had already seeped through the window lattice. After waking up, Yang Fan did not immediately open his eyes. His head was still dizzy, and the feeling of a hangover was really not good. However, the smooth feeling of the brocade quilt from the fingertips was very comfortable. It was exquisite, smooth, soft, firm, and full of elasticity. Elasticity. When this feeling was reflected in his heart, Yang Fan opened his eyes with a whoosh. What came into view was a head of glossy black hair. That beautiful long hair was a little disheveled, just below his chin. Looking down, her dress was tangled around her body, accentuating her graceful figure. Yang Fan's large hand was caressing her perky and round buttock. Yang Fan was shocked. He did not dare to move, and only quietly moved his chest away. Then, he saw a pretty little face covered by his chest until it was red. That pair of neat, fine eyelashes was gently covering her beautiful eyes. Xiao Man was sleeping soundly in his arms. Yang Fan did not know what to do. He was sneakily trying to destroy the evidence of molestation when Xiao Man's body suddenly moved. His movement had probably awakened Xiao Man. Yang Fan quickly lay back on the pillow, closed his eyes, and pretended to be asleep. However, his mind was already clear. His hand was still covering Xiao Man's buttock. He could clearly feel the fullness, roundness, firmness, softness, and elasticity there. Xiao Man woke up. She did not know when she fell asleep. When she woke up, she realized that one of her arms was still pressed on Yang Fan's body. She could no longer feel it. Her entire body was lying on her side like a bow. She had not changed her position for the entire night. When she thought about how she had slept under Yang Fan for the night, Xiao Man was a little embarrassed. At the same time, she had a very strange feeling. This was the first time she had slept in someone else's arms since she slept in the arms of her elder brother when she was a child. She seemed to have found that sense of security and stability again. She quietly opened her eyes and saw that Yang Fan was still sleeping soundly. Xiao Man hurriedly pulled her arm out. "Why is this guy so heavy?" Xiao Man tried for a long time but could not pull her arm out. She could not help but mutter softly. Yang Fan was still pretending to be asleep and was even snoring slightly. Xiao Man wanted to break free from under him, so her body inevitably moved. Both of them were wearing a set of thin, light summer clothes. Yang Fan could clearly feel Xiao Man's flexible and strong waist twisting. He could feel her tight buttocks arching and faintly jumping buttocks exuding the youthful vitality of her faintly jumping buttock. This feeling was of course very tempting. Yang Fan wanted to experience more. However, he, who already knew the taste of love, could not stand a beautiful girl twisting under him like this. Unknowingly, he had already had a reaction. If Xiao Man found out, Yang Fan seemed to think of his miserable end. He made a prompt decision and immediately murmured as if he was sleep-talking. Xiao Man was so scared that she did not dare to move. She closed her eyes tightly, curled up her body, and pretended to be asleep like a kitten. Yang Fan grunted, turned over, and faced into the bed. Xiao Man did not miss the opportunity to pull her hand out from under Yang Fan. The two of them cooperated seamlessly. Xiao Man tiptoed to the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did she realize that her arm, which had been pressed down all night, was so sore and numb that she could not use any strength. Yang Fan faced into the bed and waited for Xiao Man to leave so that the two of them would not be embarrassed. However, he waited for a long time and did not hear the sound of the door opening. Yang Fan was secretly wondering if he should wake up at this time. Suddenly, he felt the bed sink. Xiao Man seemed to have quietly climbed onto the bed again. What is she doing? Yang Fan wondered curiously while snoring. He felt Xiao Man's breath brushing against his ear. Yang Fan quietly opened his eyes a little and saw Xiao Man quietly reach over him and grab a set of bedding placed in the bed. Then, she slipped away like a thief. Soon, Yang Fan heard a rustling sound coming from the floor. Yang Fan, who understood, could not help but reveal an expression that did not know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Man laid out the bedding and looked at Yang Fan, who was still sleeping. She playfully stuck out her tongue and lay down with her clothes on. She gently pulled the thin quilt to cover her body. Xiao Man suddenly missed his embrace. Dang! 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 The bell and drum on the heavenly gate rang together. Yang Fan and Xiao Man woke up at the same time. The two of them smiled at each other and said, "Morning." Both of their smiles seemed to carry a hint of complacency. Recently, there had been a lot of things happening in the court. Wu Zetian had changed the rule of a court meeting every other day. Now that the political situation had stabilized, the rule of a court meeting every other day had been restored. Yang Fan's left featherwood guard had been swapped with the right featherwood guard since yesterday evening. He would have at least half a month of rest. Yang Fan was a soldier. Of course, it was impossible for him to stay at home every day. However, this period had been really tough. It was easy for him to take a few days off. His immediate superior was Yi Huli. How could he not make it convenient for him? After breakfast, Yang Fan left home to look for Zhao Yu. When he first met Zhao Yu, it was because he was Zhao Yu's informant. Although he later found out that Zhao Yu was Shen Mu's informant in Luoyang, his public identity was still that of a spy. If Yang Fan wanted to find someone, of course, he had to ask him for help. Yang Fan had originally planned not to get too deeply involved with anyone before he had his revenge. At that time, he did not start looking for Nyonyo because he was worried that in the process of revenge, his identity would be exposed and he would implicate his sister. As for the secret engagement with Wanner and the Emperor's betrothal of Xiaoman, it was not something he could have predicted. Now that his last enemy had been beheaded, it was time to start looking for his sister. From Yang Fan's point of view, it should not be too difficult to find his sister. Although there were many people with the surname Gongsun, there would not be many whose husband's surname was Pei and whose family name was Gongsun. Moreover, this woman had been treated as an honored guest by the governor of Guangzhou, Lu Yuanrui. This meant that she must have a very high status. There would not be many such families. Most of the influential people in the world were concentrated in Luoyang and Chang'an. Yang Fan planned to let Zhao Yu use his men to investigate in Luoyang. If there was no such family in Luoyang, he would ask Shen Mu, who was in Chang'an, to look for it on his behalf. Shen Mu had close relations with the powerful families in Chang'an. If there was such a family, or if there had been such a family, he would definitely be able to find out. If they still couldn't find him, then they could only use the method of posting notices everywhere. Although those great clans wouldn't go to the streets and alleys to look for these things, most of these families had many servants, and some of these servants would definitely know where he was. When Zhao Yu heard that Yang Fan had asked him to help find someone, he naturally agreed. After asking Yang Fan about the clues he knew, he immediately made arrangements. At this time, Tin Ano had already entered the city and was heading to the Xiaowen workshop to look for Yang Fan. Chapter 328. If the husband and wife were to travel together, and if they didn't want to leave Luoyang, then other than the various temples and the scenery of the Luo River, the best places to go were the north, west, and south markets. Yang Fan had a shop in the south city, so a trip to the South City was convenient for both work and business. When other people hire shop assistants, they like to hire those who are loyal and honest. They always feel that such people are reliable and can be trusted. But I'm different. I hire people who are smart, clever, and good with words. I need people like this to manage the business. Xiao Man accompanied Yang Fan out of a shop and said with a sweet smile, "Smart and clever assistants will be easy to use." Do smart people have to be dishonest? Not necessarily. Besides, the shopkeeper has shares, so I don't have to worry about him not working hard. As long as he works hard, how can he not keep a close eye on these people? I calculate the profits every month. If they can really make a lot of money for our family, even if their hands are a little dirty and they take advantage of me, I don't care. Don't the officials in the court often say in front of the emperor, when the water is too clear, there are no fish, and when people are too scrupulous, there are no disciples? This is also the principle of doing business. Yang Fan laughed. Yes. No wonder people say you are a little money grubber. When it comes to making money, you are so excited. Xiao Man made a playful face at him and laughed. Hee, I was so poor when I was young that I was afraid. Yang Fan looked at her lively and cute appearance, and was very happy in his heart. He and Xiao Man were getting along better and better. This kind of situation, compared to the awkward situation they were in when they first got married, could not be mentioned in the same breath. Those days were a kind of torture for both of them. Lang Jun, look, that is the shop I just bought. That shop was originally in the silk business. Our family already has a silk shop, but the location is not as good as this one. I plan to renovate this place and move our family's silk shop here, and open a gold bank in its original location. As Xiao Man spoke, she walked side by side with Yang Fan into the shop that had yet to be renovated. Not far away, Tin Ano leaned powerlessly against the red pillar at the entrance of Bo Gu Zhai. 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. She excitedly rushed to the Xuan workshop and inquired about Yang Fan's whereabouts. Unexpectedly, what she heard was not only the good news of Yang Fan's promotion to Lang General, but also the news of the Emperor's bestowal of marriage and Yang Fan's marriage. At that moment, Anu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She didn't even know how she left the cultivation workshop. Anu was in a daze, but she still remembered the address of Yang Fan's new residence. Unknowingly, she had arrived at the Fortune House and the Yang Mansion. Anu saw the scene of Yang Fan and his bride affectionately leaving the house and going to the southern city together. She followed them all the way, watching them go in and out together, loving, and her heart was completely broken. Unlike other women who had experienced a change in love, Tin Ano's painful experience of being abandoned by her family at a young age made her not dare to trust anyone again, and she didn't want to give her heart to anyone again. Until she met Yang Fan and was unknowingly attracted to him. It wasn't until she was on the brink of life and death that she was moved by Yang Fan's act of using his blood to save her. Her heart had been sealed in ice for many years. Once she opened her heart and fell in love with someone, that feeling was the most sincere, the most passionate, and the most difficult for her to control. So, correspondingly, when she was hurt, that pain was also the most unbearable for her. The summer was scorching and the weather was extremely hot. Anu leaned against the red pillar, but her body was shivering. Her heart seemed to be immersed in an icehouse, and there was no trace of warmth left. From the top of Mount Hua, she threw herself off the cliff with the determination to die, and then escaped from death, giving up everything in the past. Her only belief in survival, her only pursuit of happiness, all came from the man she had fallen in love with. If she had frozen her feelings in the past, not letting herself fall in love with anyone, not trusting anyone completely, although there was no happiness, there was also no pain. Now, her heart was being cut open by the wind blades and frost swords, wreaking havoc and tormenting her. It was so painful, so painful. Behind her was Bo Gu Zhai. The house was decorated in an antique style, and there was a very simple gate tower in front of the door. The antique shop didn't have a single customer in a day, so the front door was very deserted. Inside the shop, there was a disciple hired from Great Master Rume who was playing the zither. Anu was proficient in music, and she could tell that it was Parting the Swallow. Parting the Swallow? How could it match her current mood? That melancholy music accompanied her heart, dripping blood with every sound. Yang Fan and Xiao Man came out of the shop that hadn't finished renovating, talking and laughing as they walked over. Tin Ano hurriedly turned around and quickly walked away. Clear tears gathered in her eyes like pearls. Anu's heart was bleeding, but she refused to let the tears fall. "You said you love me, is that true? I want to hear you say it." "Yes, I love you. Yang Fan, I love Anu." "Then it's fine." "Death, what's so great about it?" The words were still ringing in her ears, but when she thought back, every word was like a knife. Tin Ano left Nan City as if she was fleeing. The 2 lines of tears that she had been holding back for a long time finally wetted her clothes when she stepped out of the Nan City square. If you love someone too deeply, your heart will be intoxicated. If you are hurt too deeply, your heart will be broken. Anu's heart was already in pieces. Wu Qingxi raised his drunken eyes and looked coldly at his confidant standing in front of him. He asked in a low voice, "What did Eunuch Jing say?" The confidant said, "Eunuch Jing said that on that day, Di Renjia entered the palace to make a secret report. Then the emperor sealed off the 9 cities and summoned Li Zhaoda urgently. After a discussion with Li Zhaoda, he summoned Wu Yi and Lai Junqian to arrest Qiu Shenji and Zhou Xing." Wu Qingxi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said coldly, "Di Renjia Li Zhaoda." His eyes widened, and he asked sternly, "Did Eunuch Jing say what secret memorials they submitted to the Son of Heaven to anger the Son of Heaven?" The confidant said, "Eunuch Jing didn't tell me about this. He told me that when Di Renjia reported to the emperor, he asked the emperor to dismiss everyone. Even Shangguan Daiji temporarily left Wuqing Hall, so no one knows what he reported to the emperor." Wu Qingxi gritted his teeth and sneered, "I knew it. It must be Di Renjia and his people who ruined my plans." He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Then, he waved his hand and the confidant left. Wu Qingxi picked up a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. He slammed the cup heavily on the table and said through gritted teeth, "Do you think you can dominate the court just like that? Humph. The world is still the Wu family's world. Even if I, Wu Qingxi, am removed from my position as the Prime Minister, it's still a piece of cake to deal with you." In Immortal Welcoming Palace, the tall, fair, and plump Eunuch Jing tiptoed to Wei Tuan Er's side and stood still. Wei Tuan Er was dressing in front of a mirror. She wore a gauze gown that was as thin as a cicada's wings. Inside, she wore a tight scarlet cheekbone that hugged her full breasts. Her cleavage was deep and her clothes were about to tear open, outlining her breathtaking and hot curve. She saw Eunuch Jing appear in the mirror and only glanced at him. She continued to unhurriedly remove the beads from her hair and asked lazily, "What is it?" Eunuch Jing bowed and replied softly, "As Sister Tuan expected, the Prince of Wei has indeed sent someone to inquire about who was the one who reported him to everyone." Wei Tuan Er's beautiful eyes sparkled and she asked sweetly, "Then what did you say?" Eunuch Jing smiled and replied, "Of course I did as Sister Tuan Er instructed and told him." Wei Tuan Er glanced at him with a smile. She plucked a buyao from her hair bun and suddenly turned her hand to stab it toward Eunuch Jing's white and plump face. Eunuch Jing was caught unprepared and cried out in pain. A drop of dark red blood immediately seeped out of his white and plump face. Eunuch Jing covered his face and looked at Wei Tuan Er in panic. Wei Tuan Er's pretty face turned cold and she scolded, "What a useless idiot! What do you mean by doing as I instructed? That's all you know. Don't tell me you know something else?" Eunuch Jing panicked and knelt on the ground. He took 2 steps on his knees and hugged her leg. He said repeatedly, "Yes, yes, yes. This servant is stupid. Thanks to Sister Tuan Er's guidance, this servant only described what I saw and heard. I didn't hide anything from King Wei. Wei Tuan Er snorted and said unhurriedly, "It's good that you know. You have to control this mouth of yours. Say what you should say and don't say what you shouldn't say. You have to know that a loose tongue can cause trouble." Eunuch Jing said hurriedly, "Yes, yes, yes. If Sister tells this servant to open my mouth, this servant will open my mouth. If Sister tells this servant to shut up, this servant will shut up." Wei Tuan Er giggled and glanced at him. Then, she said with a hint of spring in her eyes, "All right, I have to let others know that I have done something for them, right? Remember to give King Liang a reply. Let him know that it wasn't as if we didn't help him." "Yes, yes, yes. This servant will do it right away. Tonight, everyone wants to summon Imperial Physician Shen to serve them. I don't have to go and wait on him." Eunuch Jing understood tacitly and quickly licked his lips with his plump and agile tongue. He smiled and said, "This servant understands. Tonight, I will serve Sister Tuan Er well and make Sister Tuan Er feel so happy that she wishes she were dead." Wei Tuan Er said with a blushing face, "Get lost. Who wants a useless man like you?" Tin Ano left the southern city as if she was fleeing. She walked in a daze and gradually entered a forest. The northern part of Luoyang was the most prosperous, while the southern part was the most desolate. The difference in land prices between the northern and southern parts was several times. The southern part of the city had a large area of forest and wasteland. Therefore, most of the people who settled here were scholars who liked peace and quiet, as well as some who had lost their careers and were greedy for cheap rent. There was no one like Di Renjie who chose to settle here despite his high status. There was no place for her, Tin Ano, in this world. Where else could she go? Tin Ano led the horse into the forest in a daze. Then, she stopped in her tracks and stared blankly at an old tree with a branch sticking out of it. After standing there for a long time, she gently touched her belt. Dong! Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang through the forest. It was melodious, and even though it was only a single sound, it reverberated through the forest for a long time. Anu couldn't help but give up on the idea of seeking death. She followed the sound. After a while, she walked out of the forest and saw a grayish-green temple on the banks of the Yi River. Although the temple wasn't very big, it had 3 entrances. There were eaves and corners that peeked out from the green tiles and white walls. Tin Ano walked to the front of the temple and looked up. She saw the 3 words on the lintel, "Tranquil Nunnery." "Jingxin, Jingxin." Tin Ano softly muttered and laughed at herself. She loosened the horse's reins and walked into the nunnery, not caring where the horse was going. Unlike the solemn large temples like the White Horse Temple and the Heavenly Palace Temple, the Tranquil Nunnery had pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. Even the 7-story pagoda, which wasn't too tall, had soft and smooth lines. It exuded a feminine beauty. After all, this was a place for female cultivators. During the early Tang dynasty, Taoism was prevalent. Furthermore, the Li Tang imperial family worshipped Taoism as their religion. They worshipped the Taoist sect master, Lao Zi, as the ancestor of the Li royal family. Taoism was the national religion. Therefore, there were many Taoist temples and many people who entered Taoism. Because the imperial court strongly supported Taoism, women who entered Taoism didn't have to worry about starvation. Therefore, many poor women became Taoist priests. At the same time, because women didn't need to shave their hair, they could wear heavy makeup, and they could even order female servants around. They had more freedom to interact with people from all walks of life. Therefore, old prostitutes, old palace maids, and even some princesses, concubines of nobles who didn't want to be restricted were willing to become Taoist priests. As a result, the reputation of women in Taoism became worse and worse. Some famous prostitutes even used the identity of Taoist priests to raise their status. In comparison, those who really wanted to become Taoists wouldn't choose Taoism. In this era, most of the people who became Taoists were from scholarly families, official families, or because of the influence of the elders who believed in Buddhism, or because of bad love, or because of the death of their husbands, they became Taoists to avoid remarrying. On the contrary, there were few women from ordinary families. Because most of the nuns sincerely practiced Buddhism, and most of their families were extraordinary, they didn't have to worry about incense offerings. Therefore, most of their places of practice didn't have believers who came to offer incense. It seemed very deserted. Occasionally, some believers came to offer incense, but they didn't bother to make friends. Tin Ano walked into the nunnery. Occasionally, a few nuns passed by in the corridor. When they saw her, they didn't even bother to pay attention to her. The Tian Ai Nu strolled into the main hall and saw a white-robed Guanyin statue being worshipped in the middle of the hall. Guanyin looked kind, holding a bottle of willow branch and looking down at her with a peaceful smile. Tin Ano walked over and gently knelt on the futon. She looked up at Guanyin for a long time. Suddenly, she lowered her head and pulled out the short knife from her waist. Cha! A strand of hair fell to the ground, she didn't know when, but an old nun in black turned into the main hall. Suddenly, she saw a woman dressed in secular women's clothes with a shaved head kneeling in front of the Bodhisattva. She couldn't help but show a surprised look. She quickly stepped forward and went around to the front of the woman. After a careful look, she confirmed that she was not a nun from the nunnery. She couldn't help but curiously said, "This benefactor, you are." Tin Ano slowly stood up and smiled at her. She lowered her eyebrows, put her palms together, and said softly, "Disciple Anu, I wish to live a luxurious life, get rid of taste, cut off love, cut off all worldly desires, let go of all fate, get rid of all negative karma, and become a disciple of Buddha. Master, please help me." It was probably the first time in her life that the old nun saw such a nun. She couldn't help but be stunned. Graceful little fairy, born for 16 years. Half peak of Gu Mountain was covered with snow, and a branch of lotus in Yaoshui. Tin Ano, who had shaved off all her worries, lowered her eyebrows and looked solemn, just like a little nun serving in front of Buddha. Chapter 329. In Wuqing Hall, Wu Zetian lay on her side on the couch. Lan Yiqing and another pretty little palace maid, Lan Yiqing, were gently waving a feather fan by the side of the couch, giving her a cool breeze. Shangguan Wan'er sat on the side of the couch, softly reading a memorial. Recently, Wu Zetian's eyesight was not as good as before, and it was very easy for her to get tired. This was especially so after the battle between the prime ministers and Wu Qingxi. It seemed that it was not only the imperial court that had suffered great losses, but Wu Zetian had also aged quite a bit. Many times, when she felt tired, she would lie on the couch and close her eyes to rest. Wan'er would read the memorial to her word by word. Wan'er quietly read the memorial. At first, she was very fluent, but as she read, her voice slowly became hesitant. This was a memorial to the emperor from the right censor, Imperial Censor Gan Qingyang. The memorial this imperial censor presented was about the recent dispute in the court. In the memorial, he said that the reason for the dispute in the court was because of the appointment of the crown prince. He believed that if the emperor could not make a proper arrangement for the crown prince, similar political disputes would occur again. The imperial censor pointed out bluntly that the current crown prince was immoral and incompetent. As the crown prince, his prestige was not enough to convince the people. The emperor was approaching 70 years old. For the stability of the country, a suitable candidate for the crown prince should be chosen as soon as possible to avoid unrest in the court and suspicion among the officials. Wu Zetian had never accepted old age. The word old was taboo to her. If someone dared to say this on a normal day, Wu Zetian would have flown into a rage. This imperial censor was young and impetuous, speaking without restraint. He dared to say in the memorial that the emperor was old and did not have much time left. Wan'er couldn't help but be frightened when she read this. Unexpectedly, when Wu Zetian heard this, her expression darkened. She did not get angry. She only lightly said, "Continue reading, I am listening." "Yes." Wan gathered her courage and continued to read. Wu Zetian listened quietly. When Wan finished, the entire hall quieted down. The maids and servants who were waiting on the left and right all stood in silence. Lan Yiqing and the other palace maid were still waving their fans. The gentle wind gently brushed the hair on Wu Zetian's forehead. A few strands of snow-white hair were exceptionally eye-catching. "Anything else?" Wu Zetian's voice had a faint tone. Wan hurriedly said, "No more. This is the last memorial." Wu Zetian nodded and said softly, "You can stay in the palace. I am tired and want to rest for a while. All of you may leave." "Yes." Wan stood up and gently waved her hand. The palace maids and eunuchs in the hall all left. Wan picked up a stack of memorials that she needed to sort out and approve, and quietly left. In the hall, there was only Wu Zetian quietly lying down and the two palace maids gently fanning behind her. The white hair on Wu Zetian's forehead was like grass after frost, gently swaying in the wind. Wu Zetian sighed and tiredly held her forehead. In her life, she had always been decisive. No matter if she was in adversity or in prosperity, no matter if she was a talented person whose fate was in the hands of others in her early years, or now she was a high and mighty emperor, there had never been anyone or anything that could interfere with her decisions. There had never been anyone or anything that she could not decide for a long time. But now, she had become the highest ruler of this kingdom, but she could not decide on the issue of the crown prince. She had the ability to become the first female emperor in the history of the world, but she had no way of solving the matter of her death. She had done something that no other woman had ever done before, but she still did not have the ability to overturn the thousands of years of tradition in this patriarchal society. The world belonged to her. Of course, it should be passed on to her descendant. But her descendants would inherit her husband's bloodline, and her husband was the emperor of the dynasty that she had overturned. What about passing the country to the Wu clan members who had the same surname as her? Among those with the surname Wu, the one closest to her was her nephew. After she lived for thousands of years, would her nephew and her nephew's children and descendants worship her as their ancestor and sacrifice her as a blood sacrifice? An heir or a nephew? Emotionally, she hated all the ministers who were inclined to support her son. This was because she had stolen this country from her husband's hands. She was very clear that even if her son feared her like a mouse, once she had a son, after she passed away, her son would definitely return the country to Li Tang. So, all the ministers who were inclined to support her son as the crown prince, she instinctively felt that they were betraying her. They were not loyal to her. These kinds of people could not be trusted. But what about establishing a nephew? No matter how amazing she was still a woman limited by the era. She firmly believed that after a person died, there would be a spiritual world, and the people in the spiritual world needed the descendants of this world to sacrifice their blood. Establishing a son or establishing a nephew? Wu Zetian was very clear that the continuation of the country and the stability of the country. So, whether it was those who were responsible for the world, or those who were doing it for the glory and splendor of their family, they were most concerned about her heir. She had not died yet, but everyone was gradually moving their gazes away from her and focusing on her heir. Because of this, the battles between them would only become more and more desperate. But she could do nothing about it, because even she herself was beginning to feel that she was really old. She had defeated all her enemies, but time was the only enemy that she could not defeat. Establishing a son or establishing a nephew? Wu Zetian pressed her forehead. She had an incomparable headache. Waiting. General Yang Fan of the Left Feather Forest Guard has been waiting for you for a long time. Shangguan Wan had just returned to her residence in the Hall of History when a female official welcomed her and reported. This female official was called Fu Qingqing, and she was also Wan confidant. Recently, Wu Zetian's energy was not as good as before, and the burden on Wan Er's shoulders was even heavier. Every day there were large amounts of government affairs that needed to be dealt with, so Wan Er transferred a few confidant female officials to her side to help her deal with government affairs. The Hall of History had opened up a few rooms for these female officials and her to deal with government affairs. Her original residence was divided by a screen into a study and a bedroom, a place for her to rest and meet with guests. Shangguan Wan Er's heart was filled with joy, but she pretended to be calm on the surface. I called him over. There are some matters regarding the defense of the palace that need to be told to him. These memorials have already been approved by everyone. Take them, organize them, and then send them to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Yes. Fu Qingqing replied and took a stack of memorials from Shangguan Wan Er's hands. Shangguan Wan Er took the remaining memorials and walked gracefully to her residence. The door opened and Shangguan Wan Er flashed in. She glanced at the desk, but when she did not see Yang Fan's figure, she couldn't help but be startled. Immediately after, a large hand suddenly reached out from behind her, wrapped around her slender waist, and pulled her into his embrace. At the same time, the door was tightly shut. Young master. Shangguan Wan Er happily raised her eyes. She had just clearly seen Yang Fan's handsome face when he kissed her on the mouth. Wan Er moaned and closed her beautiful eyes. She gently wrapped her arms around his neck, her lilac tongue docilely meeting his. A pile of memorials describing the state affairs of the Marquis of Xiang scattered on the floor. There was no time to care about them. After a series of soul-stirring kisses, Yang Fan looked at her moist and red lips and gently smiled. We haven't seen each other in a few days. Did you miss me? I didn't miss you. Wan Er stubbornly denied. You've really been busy these past few days. White Horse Temple, the Liang household, golden hairpin drunkenness, calling friends, and being so lively. When have you ever thought of me? Do you want me to think of you? Yang Fan laughed. Oh my, Wan Er knows my whereabouts very well. Fortunately, I only went to see some fox and dog friends. If I had an affair, I would have been caught in bed long ago. Haha, in this case, you still say you didn't miss me? Wan Er blushed and fiercely punched him in the chest. I just didn't miss you, she said coquettishly. Yang Fan had really been quite busy these past few days. Besides accompanying Xiao Man to the southern city to look at his family's shop, he spent the next few days at the Liang household and White Horse Temple, maintaining his close relationship with Prince Wu Sanxi of Liang and Master Xue Huai of White Horse Temple. He also had many happy gatherings with Chu Kuanga, Ma Qiao, Yi Huli, Wei Yong, and other good friends from the army. Today, Yang Fan had even taken the time to go see Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was very attentive to the matters he had entrusted to him. In the past few days, he had sent out all his men to help Yang Fan investigate such a family. Although he had never found a noble lady in Luoyang whose husband's surname was Pei and whose family's surname was Gongsun. However, Zhao Yu had already heard that there was a first Madame Gongsun in Chang'an. Her husband's surname was Pei, and she was the current commandant of the prefectural army. Both husband and wife were skilled in swordsmanship. Her status and proficiency in swordsmanship fit the image Yang Fan had described very well. He had already sent people to Chang'an to confirm it. Yang Fan, who had only just entered the palace after receiving this news, was very happy at the moment. Yang Fan smiled and put his arm around Wan Er's shoulder. I've done so many things, he said softly. Isn't it because I want to one day be with my Wan Er? At the mention of this sore point, Wan Er couldn't help but knit her delicate brows. Lang Jun, Wan Er feels that His Majesty is becoming more and more temperamental. Given His Majesty's usual temperament, there was a memorial today. He would definitely be furious, but His Majesty just listened to it as if nothing had happened. Yang Fan said, Isn't it a good thing that His Majesty is no longer easily angry? Wan Er shook her head. People say that mountains and rivers are easy to change, but a person's nature is hard to change. Yuan has served His Majesty for 10 years, and I know His Majesty's temperament. I always feel that things are not so simple. His Majesty was better when he was the Empress Dowager, but ever since he became the Emperor, his actions have become more and more unpredictable. I am very worried. Do you think we can really be together? Yang Fan said disapprovingly, 70 years of life is rare. How much longer does His Majesty have to live? I have never placed my hopes on him. Yuan smiled bitterly. His Majesty is not dead yet, but everyone seems to be planning for after His Majesty dies. No wonder His Majesty. Langjun, do you think that after the new emperor ascends the throne, we will definitely be together? Yang Fan said, that is why I am working hard to fight for more connections and more power. Even if my Yuan is the moon in the sky, as long as I have enough power, I can pluck you down. Don't you think so? Chapter 330. The night was as black as ink, the crescent moon was like a hook, and the stars in the sky were like the eyes of a beauty, twinkling and bewitching. It was a summer night, and the heat of the day had dissipated. A gentle night breeze blew through the palace, bringing with it a refreshing feeling that greatly boosted the spirits of the guards patrolling the night. There was a faint moisture in the wind. It looked like there would be a good rain tonight or tomorrow morning. The magnificent palaces during the day were like giant beasts hibernating in the darkness at this moment. However, the magnificent halls and heavens still stood majestically even in the night, giving off an aura that made people want to prostrate themselves and worship them at a glance. The guards in the palace wore bright military uniforms and carried standard long swords. They quietly patrolled between the halls and pavilions. In the darkness of the night, only the sound of their light footsteps could be heard, sometimes coming and sometimes leaving. The Crown Prince's palace was up ahead. There was only one master in this palace, and that was the current Empress. No one had ever taken this Crown Prince seriously, not even the guards. Even though the Crown Prince's palace was a place they had to patrol every day, in the eyes of the guards, this place did not have any special meaning. When they passed by this place, they felt even less respect than when they passed by the Martial Accomplishment Palace, where the Emperor usually worked, even though there was no one there at night. The one leading the group was a captain called Yi Jingqiu. Yi Jingqiu glanced at the Crown Prince's palace. Like every night, he would casually walk past the palace gates and enter the shadows of the high palace walls. Then, he would continue forward and complete the first cycle of his patrol. But when he looked over, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He was surprised to find that in this silent night, there was a person standing in front of the Crown Prince's palace. The person was bending over the crack in the door and looking inside. Yi Jingqiu was a bit shocked. He pressed down on his blade and shouted, "Who is it?" As he shouted, he quickly rushed forward. The person standing in front of the palace gates seemed to jump in fright. He suddenly straightened his back and turned his head to look in this direction. Then, like a leopard cat, he quickly fled into the distance along the shadows of the palace walls. "Chase! Bring him back for me!" Seeing that person flee, Yi Jingqiu immediately became alert. He immediately gave an order and a few subordinates quickly chased after him. Yi Jingqiu hurried over to the Crown Prince Palace. He looked at the tall and sturdy palace doors and pushed them open. The doors were tightly shut and didn't move at all. The palace security during the Tang and Song dynasties was far less strict than during the Ming and Qing dynasties. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the palace was locked at night. Even if the sky fell, as long as the sky was not bright, the palace would not open. Even if someone came to snitch that someone was rebelling, they could only pass the memorial in through the small door on the main gate. During the Tang and Song dynasties, as long as the emperor was willing, even if he summoned the ministers at night, they could still enter the palace. However, the current crown prince of the Great Zhou, Wu Dan, was different. His identity was too special. He knew very well that his position as crown prince was created by his mother to appease the people. There were too many people in the Wu clan who desired his position as crown prince, so he was usually very cautious. During the day, without the emperor's orders, he would not take a step out of the crown prince palace. At night, the palace doors would be tightly closed. There was no way for servants to come and go. This was what Yi Jingqiu felt suspicious about. There were 2 palace lanterns hanging on the 2 sides of the crown prince palace. Although the light was not very bright, it was still enough to see the ground. Yi Jingqiu rushed to the palace doors and pushed them. The palace doors did not budge. He looked up and down and suddenly found that there seemed to be something stuffed under the door. Yi Jingqiu's heart jumped. He quickly bent down and grabbed the thing. It was actually a letter. Yi Jingqiu looked at it under the light. There was nothing written on the surface of the letter. At this time, someone inside the palace yawned and lazily asked, "Who is it? Why are you knocking on the door in the middle of the night?" Yi Jingqiu calmly put the letter in his sleeve and said in a clear voice, "We were patrolling here and were resting for a bit. We accidentally bumped into the door knocker. Please forgive us, but please don't disturb the Crown Prince. We cannot afford to offend you." Crown Prince Wu Dan was usually very low-key. He didn't dare offend anyone in the palace. Since his master was like this, the servants serving him naturally couldn't raise their spirits. Hearing that the person outside was a guard patrolling the palace, the eunuch inside muttered a few words before turning to leave. At this time, the imperial bodyguards who had been chasing after him came back, panting. One of them said, "Captain, that person is more familiar with the palace's terrain than us." In just a few moments, he disappeared without a trace. "We didn't catch him." Yi Jingqiu's eyes turned slightly and he ordered his assistant, "Continue patrolling. Don't make a sound. I will immediately report to the inner palace. Everyone is already asleep. What urgent matter do you have that you would barge into the inner palace at night? Are you tired of living?" Wei Tuan was served by her lover, eunuch Jing, and had just rested. She hadn't slept for long when she was woken up by a little palace maid. Wei Tuan was displeased. She casually put on some clothes and angrily came out. When she had slept at night, she had already taken off her bra. At this time, her clothes were a bit thin. She angrily walked out, her chest heaving up and down. It was a spectacular sight. Yi Jingqiu's eyes almost fell into a deep ravine. He was so scared that he quickly lowered his eyes and said humbly, "Miss Tuan, if it was a small matter, this Yi wouldn't dare disturb you. It's just that this matter is a bit strange and the person involved has a very special identity. This Yi is on duty and has a great responsibility. I don't dare to delay." Wei Tuan glared at him in annoyance and stuck out her chest even more. She impatiently said, "Just what is it?" Yi Jingqiu quickly took out the letter from his sleeve and said, "This Yi is on night patrol. When I arrived at the Crown Prince Palace, I saw someone sneakily peeking into the palace. This Yi shouted and that person fled. That person seemed to be very familiar with the layout of the palace and disappeared in a few steps. There are many noble people living in the palace, so this Yi couldn't search around and lost track of him. However, Yi Jingqiu held up the letter with both hands and handed it forward. He said, "This Yi found something like this in the crack of the door. I didn't dare to deal with it on my own. After thinking about it, I decided to report it to everyone." And when Wei Tuan heard that there was something strange in front of the Crown Prince's palace, the impatience on her face had disappeared. Hearing him say that, she immediately received the letter impatiently. She moved closer to the wall and took out the letter. Borrowing the bright candlelight, she read it carefully. Immediately her countenance changed as she said, "This letter, have you read it?" Yi Jingqiu said, "This Yi has never seen it." Wei Tuan said, "Good. Good. Wait here, I'll go see everyone right away." Wei Tuan held the letter and hurriedly left. As she walked, her chest surged again, shaking Captain Yi until he was dizzy. In Wu Zetian's bedroom, there was only a candlestick in front of the dressing table. All of the grand and magnificent scenery in the bedroom was buried in the darkness. Wei Tuan stood in front of the bed, holding her breath as she looked at Wu Zetian, who was sitting on the bed. Under the light, Wu Zetian appeared even older than when she was neatly dressed during the day. At this moment, she looked like an old woman in her twilight years. But no old woman in her twilight years could have the kind of presence she had. The candlelight made her face half bright and half dark. It pulled out a long shadow of her body that shone on the tall and wide palace walls, turning her into a giant. Her face was old, and her hair was white without the wig, but in the flickering of the candlelight, there was an awe-inspiring and murderous air between her brows. Wei Tuaner was the person who took care of her, and was the person closest to her. She knew better than anyone that this high and mighty empress was just like any other ordinary person. She was tired and weak, and had desires and emotions. However, at this moment, when she saw the murderous look in her eyes, she actually felt uneasy and fearful. Yet Wu Zetian's hand was not as determined and murderous as her eyes. Her hand was trembling slightly. Wei Tuaner knew very well that although the empress was old, her hands and feet were still very steady. The trembling hand holding the letter was not because she was old, but because of anger or fear. Immediately moved to 5 Phoenix Tower. Wu Zetian seemed to suddenly wake up. She suddenly raised her head and ordered Wei Tuaner. Yes. Wei Tuaner quickly moved outside the screen and ordered the servants to prepare a carriage. She had just returned to the inner chamber when Wu Zetian said again, "Where is Wan Er? Quickly send someone to the Library of History and summon Wan Er to 5 Phoenix Tower to accompany the Emperor. In times of danger, everyone will think of Wan Er first." Wei Tuaner was jealous, but there was nothing she could do. She quickly went out to pass the decree, but Wu Zetian said again, "Wait, pass the decree. All guards in Jia City are to 5 Phoenix Tower to protect the Emperor. Also, immediately send someone out of the palace to summon Wu Yi and Wu Yuji to 5 Phoenix Tower to see the Emperor." Yes. Wu Zetian's nervous tone made Wei Tuaner nervous, and she quickly went out to pass the decree. In a short while, the eunuchs and palace maids swarmed in. Wu Zetian did not leisurely dress herself. She was wearing the cotton clothes she wore when she went to bed, hugged a thin blanket, and was helped onto the carriage. They left the palace in a hurry and rushed to 5 Phoenix Tower. 5 Phoenix Tower was built on top of the Gate of Heaven by Emperor Yang of Sui, and was called the Gate of Heaven. Before Wu Zetian built the Hall of Light and Heaven, the Gate of Heaven was the most magnificent building in Luo Yang's palace. This building was in the shape of a concave shape, consisting of a gate tower, a flower tower, and a watchtower. The lower part of the foundation was 400 feet from east to west, and 200 feet from north to south. The city gate was more than 8 feet deep, and the city wall built on this foundation was 120 feet high. On top of the city wall, there were 9 main buildings with double eaves, called 5 Phoenix Tower. In the entire palace, this place was the tallest and most sturdy, easy to defend and hard to attack. As long as there were 100 people guarding the city wall, blocking the way up and down, even if there were thousands of soldiers, it would not be easy to break through before all the warriors on the city wall were killed. Therefore, this was the first place that Wu Zetian thought of as a safe place. The carriage was carried by 8 fat and strong eunuchs, speeding towards 5 Phoenix Tower. Wu Zetian hugged a thin blanket as she sat on the carriage. As the carriage moved, her body rose and fell, her heart was in a mess, and her lips were completely pale.